Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. A Russian passenger plane crashes in the remote far east of the country with nearly 50 people on board. No signs of survivors as rescuers battle rugged terrain. Plus, Trump pressures Columbia University into $200 million settlement as the Epstein files in Gaza talks put the White House under fresh spotlight. And United Nations and Israel trade blame over Gaza's hunger crisis as aid groups warn of mass starvation and the death toll from malnutrition continues to climb. We begin with a deadly plane crash in Russia's remote Far East. A passenger aircraft carrying nearly 50 people went down near the town of Tinda with no immediate signs of survivors. The Anatov 24 disappeared from radar during a second landing attempt, and rescuers later spotted the burning wreckage deep in a forested mountain area. Poor terrain is now hampering the recovery efforts. For more on this story, we're joined from Moscow by our correspondent, Dasha Chernyshova. Dasha, thank you for joining us. First of all, what more do we know about the Anatov 24 crash and also the status of anyone who was on board?
Well, the Russian investigative committee has said that no one has presumably survived this plane crash, and we understand that the plane that was traveling en route from Khabarovsk to Blagoveshchensk and then to Tinda has indeed been trying to make the second landing at the airport, but it crashed. Its wreckage has been found about 15 kilometers away from the Tinda airport, its final destination, and it went missing shortly before the supposed time of landing. We also are hearing from the local authorities that there were 49 people on board, 43 of them passengers, 5 of them children, and 6 members of the crew. And interestingly, we are also hearing a lot now about the poor visibility in the area, which might have been the cause of this plane crash, but also the investigators are looking into the potential crew error during this landing.
Dasha, the aircraft in question is almost 50 years old. Is it common for older planes like this to be still flying in Russia's remote regions?
Well, actually, the assessments we got on the media about the Russian aviation companies suggest that 13 Russian airlines has the average age of the plane, which is more than 20 years. But that is not quite common for a plane to be that old. We understand that that type of plane has been operational in small companies for the short and middle distances. We're also hearing that its certificate of security and safety has been extended recently until 2036, and the officials have been saying that it was undergoing the necessary technical maintenance. But at the same time, it does raise the question about the safety of operations of the Russian airlines in light of the Western sanctions that have indeed impacted the state of the Russian aviation fleet. But also we understand that the investigators have searched the airlines offices as well as the places where the staff workers of this company were operating at the airport of departure. That's according to the Russian investigators.
Dasha, officials are saying the plane went around for a second landing. It is obviously very early in this investigation. Do we know if weather or even the terrain that we're seeing on our screens played a role in the decision to go around for a second time?
It is indeed the case that is being investigated. It is one of the working versions that there might have been the crew error or perhaps the poor visibility that have impacted the decisions of that crew. And indeed, the understanding is that there was the second circle when the crew tried to land this plane. But the difficulty is also the mountainous terrain, and that is actually hampering the work of the investigators and the rescue teams. Therefore, the search and rescue operation has been conducted predominantly from air, and that is how they have managed to identify the burning wreckage of that plane.
Dasha, zoom out a little bit for a second. While all of this is happening, the Kremlin says it is pushing to create what they've described as buffer zones on the Ukraine border. What is the strategy there, and what does it actually tell us about Russia's mindset right now?
Well, Russia is saying that what it is going to do in Ukraine is to achieve its goals that have been stated in 2022. So Russia is quite stubborn when it comes to its position, and there have been no compromises on the Russian side when it comes to the achievement of those goals. Moscow says they are paramount for the Russian national security and safety of the country, and therefore at this stage, as Russia has been making gains on the battlefields in all directions and along the entire front line, Moscow has also been saying, with taking into account the supplies of Western weapons to Ukraine, it is critical for Russia to create that buffer zone on the Ukrainian territory to prevent those long-range missiles from getting the targets inside Russia. But at the same time, it is also the strategy that Russia is pursuing with regards to the safety of its border regions, because keep in mind that it was about a year ago that Ukraine has encursed Russia's Kursk region, and the Russian authorities now are saying that some of the residents from the Kursk region are being held hostage in Ukraine. This is what was stated by the negotiators from Russia during the negotiations in Istanbul the day before, and this is what the Kremlin has also been referring to.
Dasha, before I let you go, obviously an ageing infrastructure, ongoing military tensions. Is Russia now under more pressure domestically there in Moscow where you are than it is letting on?
Well, obviously, the sanctions have played a very significant role in the development of Russia. But Russia is restructuring. It is replacing what it relied upon was coming from the West to something that it can provide from other countries or produce domestically. And aviation industry is no exception. We understand that they have been trying to build more planes that are independent from the Western companies. Because, for instance, Sukhoi Superjet, this plane was also reliant on some of the spare parts for the engines that were coming from the Western countries. Now they have to build it from scratch here domestically with spare parts coming from other countries, but preferably produced domestically to exclude any possibility of such a breakthrough of supply chains in the future. And therefore, it is taking time for several Russian industries to re-strategize, to rebuild, to reconnect, and to restore the level of maintenance. So certainly it is taking time, but obviously that is creating the pressure on the economy, because the Russian government has to spend on military actions, they have to spend on the people who are fighting, on their recovery, and also on all of those industries that require more attention than ever before.
Dasha Chernyshova in Moscow, thank you so much for joining us. Now, Columbia University will pay $200 million to the US government in a deal restoring its access to federal funds. That's after Trump threatened to cut support over claims it failed to protect Jewish students. The settlement comes as his Middle East envoy heads to Rome for a possible breakthrough in Gaza ceasefire talks with Israeli and Qatari officials. Meanwhile, the White House is pushing back against a report that Trump was named in the Justice Department document that is relating to Jeffrey Epstein, calling it fake news. To discuss this in more detail, we're joined by Ellie Cohenham, the former US Deputy Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism. Ellie, first of all, Colombia's $200 million settlement is being called a turning point. Do you see it as proof that the government is finally taking campus anti-Semitism seriously?
Michael, it's great to be with you. And I have to start out by sharing that Columbia University is my alma mater. And Columbia is also where this pro-Hamas movement encampments on American campuses started 2 years ago. And so this is a real victory for the Trump administration and finally forcing the hand of the Columbia University administration to take action against these student agitators, which often cross the line into harassment and violence against Jewish students, but also even folks who worked at the university. There were a lot of staff members who were victims in the midst of all this. And certainly there was the creation of a very hostile environment against Jewish students at Columbia University. Many Jewish students wound up having to hide their Jewish identity just to be able to safely walk across the campus at Columbia. And so I think that this is, in fact, a turning point, a real breakthrough, and it sends a very loud signal to other universities across America that the Trump administration means business. They're not going to tolerate any anti-Semitism on U.S. campuses.
Ellie, you mentioned it yourself, but Jewish students said they felt unsafe for months during the protests that were taking place. Did Columbia fail in its duty of care? And is this settlement really a quietly admission of that?
I think it is a quiet admission of that. And the university failed. I think the best proof of that is the fact that they are now on their third university president since these pro-Hamas encampments sprouted on the Columbia campus. And so, you have to ask yourself, why is it that one university president after the next was replaced, and even this one is an interim president? It's because the country looked in disdain as Columbia University's administration seemed to fail to hold these students accountable, to expel them from campus, which was something that they always, all of the actions that Columbia University is taking now against these students, these options were on the table. And in fact, each university has campus rules and regulations. The students were each time breaking the university's own rules, but yet the university administrators seem to have a completely failed moral compass and incapable of taking action that they could have taken again from day one. So I do think that this is very strong statement from the Trump administration to all the universities in the United States. And I do think that Columbia, in effect, is signaling that they failed to take action and were really forced. Their hand was forced by the U.S. government, and it was very much a financial incentive. They were at the loss of potentially billions of dollars in federal funding, and so this is what seems to have finally forced Columbia University's administration to take the action that they should have taken from day one.
Ellie, pro-Palestinian demonstrations at Columbia and other schools have been called anti-Israel by some, but others say they crossed into outright anti-Semitism. Where do you draw the line? And did the Columbia protest, in your opinion, go too far?
I would say they certainly did go too far because, again, where you draw the line is when speech moves from free speech to hate speech, and also when you see violence. And so there was many instances of documented violence at the Columbia campus and destruction of property. There was the takeover of Hamilton Hall, which is one of the buildings on campus. As I mentioned before, not only were students assaulted over the course of this past 2 years, but there were even staff members, the facility staff, what they called the janitorial staff, who had to go and clean up after these students. And often they were also caught in the midst of the violence. So that's where you draw the line again from free speech to hate speech and violence. And the university had so many opportunities to stand up against this hatred that was flourishing on the campus, and they failed to do so over and over again. So I do think that we will expect to see a turning point now where all of the university administrators now will understand what is expected of them as the leaders on these college campuses.
Well, now that we've seen this imposed upon Columbia, is this really about campus safety, $200 million after the fact? Or is it more signalling that the US is in solidarity with Israel? Is it some level of a soft power diplomacy that's been wrapped up in a domestic policy?
Well, the United States and Israel certainly share a very special bilateral relationship. It's something that I've written about for the America First Policy Institute, and I think that we saw that very clearly in the 12-day war when we saw the United States and Israel in combination take out these targeted strikes on the Iranian nuclear facilities, which were spectacularly successful. However, what I would share is that domestically in the United States, there's also a real frustration with what is deemed a hateful movement, a pro-Hamas movement across our college campuses and in many of our city streets. And this is considered a domestic problem. President Trump spoke about it on the campaign trail. He said that he would have zero tolerance, that he would hold all parties accountable. And we saw this also in the State Department, where immediately after the Trump administration came into office, we saw a new policy that the State Department was going to start reviewing student visas, all international visas for those people who come into America and want to spread either hateful views or want to undermine American society. And I think that that really is the heart of it, is that there's a perception, and I believe rightfully so, that the pro-Hamas movement also undermines American society, that it's an anti-Western civilization movement, and that there are a lot of foreigners who've come into the United States to cause trouble, and they don't belong here.
Ellie Cohannon in Washington, thank you so much for joining us. Let's take a look at some of the other stories that are making the headlines today. At least 4 people have died and over 100 have been injured in a powerful explosion in Syria's Idlib countryside. Rescue teams are working amid ongoing secondary blasts. Authorities have urged residents to stay clear as emergency crews carry out evacuation and rescue efforts. 8 Israeli soldiers were wounded when a car rammed into a bus stop in central Israel in what police are calling a terror attack. The driver fled the scene near Kfar Yona and is now the target of a wide manhunt involving helicopters and dog units. French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte are filing a defamation suit at the Delaware Superior Court against Candace Owens. It comes after the American right-wing influencer promoted the claim that the French First Lady is a man. Macron and his partner say that Owens waged a campaign of global humiliation. And wrestling legend Hulk Hogan has died at the age of 71. He was found dead in his Clearwater, Florida home on Thursday morning. Hulk Hogan starred in movies such as No Holds Barred, Suburban Commando and Mr. Nanny. At least 9 people are dead and more than 40,000 people have been evacuated from the areas around the border between Thailand and Cambodia. That after the neighbouring countries exchanged fire in a sharp escalation in tension between the two sides over a border dispute that erupted weeks ago. Thailand's army also said it launched airstrikes to on-ground military targets on the other side of the border. Patrick Falk has this report from Singapore.
Deep in Thailand's Surin province along its border with Cambodia, gunshots exchanged as clashes intensify. Tensions have been simmering for weeks following the killing of a Cambodian soldier in May at an undemarcated area claimed by both sides. But the escalation in violence has taken people living close by surprise. How many shots have been fired, asks one woman, taking cover with several others in bunkers fortified in recent weeks. Both sides accuse the other of firing the shots first. Following the initial exchange, Thailand's army says it launched airstrikes on ground military targets, while Cambodia's defense ministry accused Thai jets of dropping bombs on a road near the ancient Prayavir temple. Phnom Penh has condemned what it called reckless and brutal Thai military aggression. Thailand's acting Prime Minister Phumtham Wechayachai is calling for calm.
We are currently investigating the details. We need more information as the situation requires caution and prudence, and we must adhere to international law.
In the Thai capital, many people are unsettled by the unfolding violence. I wanted to end, says this motorcycle taxi driver, but if we don't retaliate, Cambodia will think we're weak. Thailand and Cambodia have contested sovereignty at various undemarcated points along their shared border for more than a century. But the most recent dispute has taken a bitter turn. On Wednesday, Thailand downgraded diplomatic relations with Cambodia and also expelled Cambodia's ambassador to Thailand in protest against a landmine blast which wounded 5 Thai soldiers. In a tit-for-tat move, Cambodia also expelled the Thai ambassador and recalled all of its embassy staff. So finding a diplomatic solution to this crisis will be all the more difficult. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya.
The United Nations and Israel are trading blame over the deepening hunger crisis in Gaza as aid groups warn of mass starvation. Israel says it's allowing enough aid into the Strip and accuses the UN of failing to collect it. But the United Nations says Israeli restrictions, bombings and bureaucracy are preventing the deliveries. Meanwhile, the death toll from malnutrition continues to rise, with over 100 aid agencies calling this situation catastrophic. To talk about this in more details, we're joined from Gaza by ICRC spokesperson Hisham Mahana. Hisham, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, 111 people is what we have reports of now having died from malnutrition. There are parents who are feeding their children animal feed, surviving on salt and water. From what you're seeing on the ground in Gaza, how close are things to a full-scale famine if we are not already there? Is the world really underestimating this sheer scale of what's going on and the severity of what's happening in Gaza?
Good evening, and thank you for having me. I can speak to what we witness as ICRC at our field hospital in Rafah, southern Gaza Strip, approximately 2 kilometers away from the aid distribution sites, and since May 27th has been receiving mass casualty incidents. Many people, almost on every day, are arriving at the hospital with gunshot wounds, shrapnel in their bodies, different age groups, women and men, and the majority of them have stated that they were trying to reach the aid distribution sites. Also, patients, including children, pregnant women, arrive at our maternity ward at the field hospital with signs of malnutrition. Our hotlines never stop receiving phone calls from civilians desperate for support, desperate for aid, for food. Some of them are also trapped in areas that were impacted by evacuation orders. The ICRC have been supporting community kitchens that provide hot meals for thousands of families on a daily basis. That's the only hot meal they receive in their day and feed their children with. And unfortunately, it has been severely impacted by the dwindling supplies, and sometimes, like, 4 out of these community kitchens at least have had to halt work because they ran out of food supplies. I'm talking about rice, lentil, these kind of basic ingredients that are used to produce these kind of meals. So this is just a glimpse of what we are facing, what we are struggling with, and what we are trying to cope in order to continue providing our urgently needed humanitarian assistance. Of course, there are alarming concerns about the food crisis in Gaza. Our own team in Gaza, plus 350 aid workers for the ICRC in Gaza, are impacted by the scarcity of food, and they cannot find on a daily basis the enough quantities of food and clear water, the same as the entire population of Gaza. The reports that are coming from the health authorities in Gaza are extremely alarming, and the problem is crystal clear to everyone now after plus 21 months since this conflict has erupted.
Hisham, Israel said 150 aid trucks were collected yesterday, hundreds more are waiting. We've spoken to UNRWA and we've heard from the WHO, who say that over 600 is the actual figure of food trucks and aid trucks that need to get through every day. Is the issue here primarily access, or has the entire distribution system collapsed under the security situation that you are facing on the ground?
If we have 600 trucks entering Gaza on a daily basis for at least 2 to 3 months, that would be the bare minimum to restore normalcy, i.e., to have enough supplies, not just food, not just medicine, but also pipelines to prepare the water connections spare parts for the generators that are feeding hospitals, prosthetics for the thousands of amputees who have lost their limbs. And the list is endless because everything is lacking in Gaza. If this happens, if that's going to be the case, then we are lucky enough. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Unfortunately, the restrictions on the entry of aid have crippled the situation, have made it even more dire, have put the civilians into going through a risky journey every day. That's how desperate they are. They're risking their lives in order to just find some flour and rice to feed their families. And it doesn't seem to end. We have, as ICRC, expressed our concerns regarding the recently introduced aid mechanism that is enforced and that has unfortunately substituted an already functional system, efficient system, principled system of delivering aid, which respects the human dignity, which respects people's suffering, and try to bring aid to them, not to have them walk for several miles through damaged roads, losing 1,000 dignities every day in order to be lucky enough to have just, a handful of basic food items.
Hisham,
absolutely intolerable and unacceptable.
Hisham, the United Nations are saying that their convoys are being blocked, even shot at as well. From your point of view, the ICRC, what are you experiencing on the ground, you and your team? Are you able to move at all, or are conditions now simply unworkable for the team?
This food crisis is exacerbated by the non-stop hostilities that are expanding in areas in Gaza from time to time, plus the evacuation orders that have become a regular habit, and they are impacting the majority of the Gaza space. That pushes civilians into a further ever shrinking space. That also diminishes an already limited humanitarian space. For humanitarian workers to be able to fulfill their job, to bring the positive change we want to bring in people's life after 21 months of living through hell, we need food, we need aid, we need fuel, we need all these food aid items to be brought in immediately, unimpededly, safely, and we need also the guarantees. Humanitarian workers in Gaza, same as medical workers, healthcare staff, have been subject to the impact of these hostilities. Some of them have been killed, injured, detained. Many of them have lost their loved ones even, and they are also looking to secure the needs of their families. This formula can never work if it is maintained. The solution is very simple, and it is inevitable. We need political agreement as soon as possible that preserves the human life and dignity in Gaza, that paves the way for unimpeded and safe humanitarian aid, impartial aid, that we can actually bring into the people in a timely fashion and in a way that preserves their dignity.
Hisham, some Israeli officials claim the United Nations and aid groups on the ground are inflating the crisis to harm Israel's image. How do you respond to that statement, especially when doctors and you're telling us that we are pretty much already in famine in Gaza? Well, this is not for me to comment on. I mean, it's clear that there is an absence of an efficient law and order system in Gaza after all what we have witnessed. And this is also a major challenge because people are so desperate, they don't care of anything but to, feed their babies, feed their hungry members of their families. So again, it's all back to the same root cause. It's because of the restrictions. It's because of the nonstop hostilities. It's because of the prolonged conflict now that has been lasting for a long time. And we have witnessed countless numbers of trends that are all horrific, bloody, and unjustified to be maintained for this long period of time now. Hisham Mahana in Gaza, thank you so much for joining us on W News. For more on this, we're joined from Tel Aviv by Leanne Pollock-David, who is the International Strategy Advisor and the co-founder of the Israeli Coalition for Regional Security. Leanne, thank you so much for joining us on this. Over 100 confirmed deaths from malnutrition, and the UN is saying mass starvation is what's currently happening on the ground in Gaza. What responsibility does Israel bear for this crisis, which is now worsening? Or is this still justifiable as part of the counter-terror strategy?
Look, the realities on the ground are unbearable, and I think every Israeli that looks at these pictures feels the pain and feels a lot of empathy and does not want to see one single civilian in Gaza suffering. I have to tell you that this is all over the Israeli news. The Israelis care about the civilian population in Gaza and does not want to see them suffer. We are not at war with them. We are at war with Hamas that still is refusing to release 50 hostages, 20 out of which are alive and are being kept underground under the most terrible conditions over 650 days. And what we're seeing now today is that even after the intensive negotiations that has been going on in Doha for the last few weeks, Hamas is just raising the bar every single time and then basically forcing us all to continue this terrible situation. The vast majority of Israelis are looking for a ceasefire, or want a ceasefire, want this war to end, and do not want to see any Gazan population being hurt. And the realities on the ground are as such that, the humanitarian, the Gaza Humanitarian Fund was established in order to separate Hamas from the civilian population, because of course Hamas, what it does, it steals the trucks, it steals the aid. No one single Hamas terrorist is missing out on a meal, let's say it this way. And Hamas wants to see its own population suffering. And so a lot of part of this is because of that. But of course, the recent effort for the Gaza Humanitarian Fund, I basically call it a failure, because the failure is that in the end, after months and months of trial and error to find the right mechanism that will improve the previous situation where Hamas kept stealing the trucks and the humanitarian aid from its own population, the new system has not been able to change that. And so what we're seeing is the Gazan population suffering, Hamas continues to steal, and Israel is being blamed for it. Israel has
Leanne, let me just interject for 1 second.
I want to say clearly, Israel has certain responsibility towards what's going on in Gaza, but it cannot take the full responsibility for what's happening with Hamas and still...
Correct, but Israel can take the responsibility, Leanne, for 800 trucks that are waiting uncollected. 28 of those got through yesterday. Far short, as we just heard a few seconds ago from Hamish, saying 600 need to get through every single day. There's a logistical issue here, but we're hearing that Israel is obstructing the flow of aid. How do you respond to that?
So look, I think that nobody really understands what the realities on the ground really are. It's a lot of chaos out there, but I can tell you that in terms of the amount of aid, it's coming in, and the issue is with the distribution channels. It's not being managed well enough, and this is the realities on the ground. It's chaotic, it's at war zone. The issue that I mentioned earlier about Hamas still stealing and being hostile towards aid workers, by the way, as well. Yeah, it's stealing the aid from humanitarian aid workers, from the truck drivers, etc., which then the IDF needs to intervene. So everyday situations like that are not being resolved. The new system has not proven itself. And I want to tell you one thing that I said to you in the previous conversation that we had. We have to get to a ceasefire. This is the only sustainable solution. We cannot continue with this war. The hostages need to be released yesterday. They are in there over 650 days. And the Gazan population deserve a better situation. They deserve a prospect of a future. So all the leverage, all the international pressure needs to be now on Hamas to finally agree to a ceasefire that we all want and need. We need it urgently, to agree to that and not continue to raise the bar the same way that it did just now in the recent 24 hours.
And we are hopeful that that ceasefire and that deal can be reached. Now, the UN and the WHO say that convoys are being shot at. Humanitarian workers have been attacked as well, along with civilians. When we spoke last, you refuted this, saying that civilians were not being shot at and aid workers certainly were not being shot at. But now even the WHO's warehouse came under fire. Can you acknowledge there's a real risk to aid workers on the ground and to civilians?
Of course there is a risk. This is a war zone. And as I mentioned, it's also very chaotic. But what I continue to say is that Israel does not target civilian population and definitely not aid workers. On the contrary, Israel, the IDF, in many instances, is the one protecting both the civilian population and the aid workers from attacks from Hamas. So this is the very complex realities on the ground. And yes, there is a risk. There is a risk to civilian population, and there is a risk to aid workers. And Israel does whatever it can to basically protect them. But again, this war has been going on for too long. And we cannot continue with this current situation. We have to get to a ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire. We have to get a lot of aid in. And we also need to acknowledge the fact that even when the ceasefire hopefully reaches its point very soon, this issue of Hamas stealing the humanitarian aid and then having a feast in the tunnels is not going to end. Yeah, we still are going to have to find a way to cater with the regional community, with the international community, to find a way to rehabilitate the Gazan population without it fueling a terrorist organization that only wants the suffering of its own people. And I know it's hard to believe. For me, it's also hard to believe, but this is really the situation.
Leanne, I just want to
tell you that
one last thing before.
From a public perspective, we do not want to see the civil population suffering or skipping even one single meal.
Just before I let you go, BBC, AFP, AP, Reuters, they are all saying their own journalists in Gaza are starving alongside the people that they are covering. Journalists are protected under international law, and they're now facing famine in this, as you rightly described it, a war zone, but it is controlled by Israel. Will Israel intervene in some way here to assist these people who are there doing their jobs?
Yes, I think right now there is a realization that, as I mentioned, the new system that was there in order to separate Hamas from the civil population is not working. So the current operation has not improved the previous distribution system. The problem basically persists. And so there is a reevaluation of the situation on how to get much more inflow of humanitarian aid, with the risk of Hamas taking over some of it. But still, the most important thing is for the civil population, of course, journalists and aid workers, not to miss one single meal. This is important for every Israeli.
Leanne, Pollock, David, I want to thank you so much for joining us from Tel Aviv on W News. Thank you. Now let's take a look at some of the top business news. The EU and the US are nearing a trade deal that would place 15% tariffs on most imports from the bloc. US President Donald Trump threatened to impose tariffs of 30% should a deal not be reached by August the 1st. In preparing possible countermeasures, the EU said it would impose tariffs on more than $100 billion worth of US goods starting on August the 7th. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has signed a free trade deal with Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer in a multi-million-pound export boost. The deal took 3 years to reach and also commits to a new India-UK plan to tackle illegal immigration. The UK government says the deal will boost the GDP by about £4.8 billion and create 2,500 jobs.
That is unlike any other team.
Turning to sport now. The Major League Soccer Commission declined to comment on whether Inter Miami star Lionel Messi will face disciplinary action after he unexpectedly was absent from yesterday's All-Star game in Austin. Miami League notified that Messi would not participate, a move that could trigger suspension under league rules. And now a reminder of our top stories today. A Russian passenger plane crashed in the remote Far East with nearly 50 passengers on board. No signs of survivors as rescuers are battling rugged terrain. Trump pressures Columbia University into $200 million of a settlement as Epstein files in Gaza talks put the White House under fresh spotlight. And United Nations and Israel trade blame over Gaza's hunger crisis as aid groups warn of mass starvation and the death toll from malnutrition continues to climb. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget, as always, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can follow us on X. GNT with Mahal Prendergast is on the way next, and we'll be back with just a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye for now.
Israelis were unified in their shock, grief and anger following the October 7 attacks. There was a collective demand for a tough response. But 21 months on, is that unity fracturing? Opinion polls show domestic support for the war waning. Israel's allies are losing patience, and the end goal seems more opaque than ever. On a special all-Israeli panel, we ask, is the war in Gaza dividing Israel? That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Now, moving on to the world of EV production, China is leading the race. As their electric vehicles flood global markets, legacy car brands in the West are struggling to keep up. With bans on petrol engines looming and EV tech advancing fast, is the West falling behind for good? To break all it down, I'm joined by former Top Gear presenter Steve Berry, who's live from Manchester. Thanks so much for your time, Steve. So China's EV juggernaut is now, well, I mean, it's dominating the world. Is this a disaster for legacy brands like you've got BMW, you've got Toyota, you've got Mercedes and Volkswagen? What does this mean for them?
I think it means nothing less than the end of volume sales for those legacy manufacturers. And I'll give you two reasons why. One, the price of the product, and two, the quality of the product. The stuff that's coming out of China. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when Japanese motorcycles took over the motorcycle industry. And people used the phrase back then, a disparaging phrase, jack crap. I didn't, because as a young man, I could see the quality of the Japanese machinery that was coming over. Nobody is calling the cars that are coming out of China by any sort of disparaging name, if they've actually experienced one. The likes of the BYD being the most popular brand name for a Chinese car here in the UK, along with MG, which does rankle with me a bit, because I drive a real MG, not what made it. Mine was made in Oxfordshire, not a province of China, but they bought the name, they've got the rights to the name. The MG is very popular in the UK, and these cars are high quality. They're not just as good as the stuff that's coming out of Europe and Japan. Often they're better, and they're considerably more affordable.
So the West, well, in my opinion and the opinion of a lot of people, it's rushed to ban the internal combustion engine. It's put a lot of unfair pressure on the traditional automakers. What's your opinion on that?
I wish you'd asked me 15 years ago. I went to Ryton near Coventry to test drive what was then a new Peugeot electric car. And it was appalling in almost every department in terms of the performance, the ride, the handling. the weight of the batteries, which were the old lead-acid batteries. This is 15 years ago. That's what an electric car had then. And they made the thing. It was a simple Peugeot hatchback, but the local council in Coventry had decided, of course, Coventry, the home of Jaguar, we might talk about them shortly. The local council had decided they wanted to be lean, green and mean, and they asked Peugeot to build these electric cars. This is, again, it's about 15, 17 years ago. They were appalling. The quality of electric cars now is fantastic, and the decision has been made. I hate to be the sort of person who cuts off a good question, but the question should have been asked a long time ago. The decisions have been made. Car makers have been compelled. They haven't been asked. They've been compelled to completely change their product. An electric car is as different from an internal combustion car as it is from a blinking helicopter. You might as well ask them to start making flat-screen TVs instead. A modern electric car shares less than 7% of its components with its internal combustion engine equivalent these days. It's a completely different product. And if you designed a product to deliver an industry into the hands of China, it would be the electric car.
And ICE engines now are hitting around 97% efficiency. Was it too soon to push them out?
I think so. A friend of mine is a very senior engineer at one of the largest and most respected car makers in the world. He's a very technically minded man. He's a brilliant man. And his frustration at the fact that the motor industry has spent 140 years perfecting the internal combustion engine. I come from Bury, Lancashire, in the northwest of England, the original industrial part of the world, the first part of the world that was industrialised. And my hometown, which is the smallest metropolitan borough in Britain, Bury, was twinned with the place in Germany that was the birthplace of Benz, one of the originators of internal combustion engines. And I often thought, as I went into the public library, there was a display, photographs of him, some mementos from his life and stuff like that. And I used to think, I wonder what he'd think of what he and the pioneers of internal combustion would think of what we've done with his engine, what we've achieved with the engine that men of the 19th century, not the 20th century, what we've done with that invention. And getting back to my pal, the engineer, he said, Steve, we've more or less perfected internal combustion. It is physically impossible to extract more potential. He used that word because he's German and he's very scientifically minded. We have extracted the maximum potential from petrol and diesel. And at almost the exact moment that we achieve that, we're told to stop making those engines. There is a dreadful irony, I think you'd agree.
And it's governments themselves, they've mandated the banning of these cars. But the mining of lithium, which goes into these electric cars, is also deeply polluting, especially to the environment, especially to workers all over the world who are exploited in the extraction of these minerals.
There are all kinds of side issues when it comes to electric cars. Where is the electricity coming from? How is the electricity generated? How long will electric cars last in the real world in comparison to internal combustion engine cars? I don't know how well-travelled you are. Obviously, you're not in your native land right now.
Extremely.
I'm very much in my native land. I'm about 6 miles down the road from the hospital that I was born in. I've lived here for most of my life. But I have been lucky enough through my career as a motoring journalist to travel extensively. And I've travelled a lot in Africa. And like a lot of people who go to Africa and have an interest in motoring and in transport and in cars, I've come back with those tales of those Peugeot and Mercedes taxis that have done literally millions of miles or kilometres in 30 or 40 years of daily use in some of the most difficult parts of the world. Now, can you imagine an electric car doing that? I can't. Really, it's a technology for the developed world. internal combustion. I was in Halifax, Nova Scotia. See, I am well travelled. I was in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and there were thousands of used cars on the shoreline there in Halifax, the main port on the east side of Canada, waiting to go to Africa. The Canadians had finished with them. The cars couldn't match their new emissions laws. So what were they doing? Were they crushing them and getting rid of them and their terrible emissions creating internal combustion engines? No, sir. They were sending them to Africa where they could emit as much horrible gas and smoke and particles as they like for another 30 years. And I just thought, I stood there, like I say, on the dock in Halifax and thought, this epitomises the true nature of this environmental quest that we seem to be on. Let's look like we're saving the planet, but let's move our dirt, sweep our dirt under the carpet. You know what I'm saying?
And another point on that, Steve, it's vastly more economical as well as environmentally friendly to buy one car, to maintain it for your whole life. It can last for 50 or 60 years if maintained correctly, rather than buying a car every 5 or 10 years.
Do you remember? You wouldn't, because it's before my time, and as you can see from my haggard features on the shot that I'm looking at right now, I seem to have turned into my father for some reason I'm not quite sure about. But I'm 61 years old, and it's before my time. Alec Guinness, Obi-Wan Kenobi, starred in a film back in the day called The Man in the White Suit. And it was about someone who invents a textile fabric that never wears and you never need to replace. And of course, that's the last thing that the world actually wants. The last thing that the world wanted was a car like the Mercedes 190. Built a regular car, a Mercedes, yes, but a regular car built for regular people that would go and go and go forever, that would shrug off 500,000 kilometres like it was nothing, that would go on to 1,000,000 kilometres, and also which could be repaired quite easily by a mechanic with some skill in a backstreet garage. Truthfully, even Mercedes, I think, would admit that they made a mistake there. Because ideally what you'd like to do, and I've had this straight from the mouth of a senior motor industry executive who'd had one too many martinis at the bar with me. And he said, do you know what, Steve? The ideal customer for us is someone who buys a car, takes it up to about 50 to 60,000 miles after about 4 or 5 years of use, and then comes back to us for another car. If people stopped doing that, we would go out of business. And one of the problems with electric cars, certainly in the developed world, is that they have far fewer components than an internal combustion engine car. There's far less on an electric car to be serviced, to wear out and therefore require replacing. And also because electric cars, the stuff that they're made out of, I don't think they're going to rust like internal combustion engine cars. In other words, the problem with electric cars is it might be a bit too good and they might last a bit too long, even for manufacturers. The thing about them, of course, that people will say is, oh, well, when the batteries run out, you know. But, of course, batteries can be relatively easily replaced. A lot easier than trying to fix a gearbox on an Alfa Romeo. I can tell you that from personal experience.
Yes, and kind of moving on to, I suppose, the need of supercars. Most people, they don't need them. They just need a car for the school run or a commuter vehicle. I think this is where China's affordability on EVs helps them to really pull ahead.
Yeah, I think, as I said, I think what's going to happen, it gives me no pleasure, to be honest, but maybe it's someone else's turn. You know, why should it be us? Why should it be Britain, France, the States and Japan that dominate the motor industry? Why not China? Why shouldn't it be their turn? If they can offer a product that's cheaper and better, why not? But I do think that when it comes to supercars, those names, those evocative, soul-stirring names, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Corvette, Supra, those names that have fired the blood of young men and women around the world for decades, that appeal, that attraction will still make people work endless hours in jobs that they hate so that they can get their hands on one of those cars. I remember the first time I got a Lotus, and it had just been a lifelong ambition. I'm the guy who made a pilgrimage to the site of the Lotus, the first Lotus factory, and then rode up a very big hill to the pub where Colin Chapman, the founder of Lotus's parents, lived, where he built the very first Lotus, and stood there in the courtyard thinking, wow, the first Lotus was built here. And so to actually own one of those cars for me had been the fulfillment of a lifelong ambition. And I think that's where the Chinese motor industry will have a lot of catching up to do. So you can't buy well, you can buy history. I was going to say, all kinds of British, legendary British names have been bought by India, by China, by America. You can very much buy history, but you can't create history in a few years' time. It takes decades to build a name like Aston Martin, Ferrari, you know, all of those names. And I think they will remain, and they will build internal combustion engine cars. Horacio Pagani in Italy has just gone back to internal combustion engines only, because he simply said, when asked why, he said, because nobody wants a Pagani hybrid or a Pagani electric. They want a V12 dead tree burning monster of an engine that makes a noise that puts a grin on the face of anyone with an ounce of soul.
So you've driven a lot of these cars. Obviously, you're a presenter on Top Gear. How did that opportunity come about?
Well, the thing was, I'm from the era of Top Gear when we were all journalists. It was believed at the BBC that if you presented a programme about a subject, you should be an expert. So if the subject was, say, the Tudor monarchs, they'd ring up Oxford University and Cambridge University and maybe Durham, and they'd find an eccentric professor who wasn't afraid of the camera, and they'd get him or her to present the programme. If they were presenting a programme about science, you know, like physics, they'd go and find an affable, likeable genius like Professor Brian Cox, who I know because he's from the same part of the world as me. Well, not just that I know him, but not everybody knows it. I mean, Greater Manchester's got 4.7 million people. We don't all know each other, you know, but I do know him. And it was the same with cars. The belief was, if people are going to be told about cars, we need to find experts. And so they would troll the world of motoring journalism and try and find a unique voice. That's how they found Jeremy Clarkson. Jeremy Clarkson was a very entertaining and individualistic writer for Fast Car magazine. Or was it Fast Lane? Fast Lane or Fast Car he started with. And they thought, every year they used to drag a load of us in. Now, some of them, being journalists, would look at the camera like it was a machine gun that was being pointed at them. And obviously they couldn't really translate what was written on the printed page into, you know, a TV news item. But occasionally they'd come across massive show-offs and egotists like Jeremy Clarkson and me, and they'd take us on. And I remember my boss at the time, who was an old-school BBC boss, and he said, now listen, you're going to be the motorbike man, and you've got to remember that most people are terrified of motorcycles. There are only 1.1 million motorcycle licence holders in the UK in a nation of 70 million. So he said, so the vast majority of people think that motorbikes are noisy, dirty, dangerous things, and it's your job to be the acceptable face of motorcycling, which I have to say, my friends found hilarious because I had, shall we say, a checkered career when it came to observing speed limits and such like. But once I got on the telly, I heard my boss's voice saying, you're the acceptable face of motorcycling. Behave yourself and don't use any spicy language.
And how did they find you in the first place? And what was the interview like?
Well, I'll tell you how they found me. I was living in Manchester, and I used to go into the office where I worked as the editor of a motorbike magazine. And we ran about 8 or 9 motorbike magazines out of this big office in South Manchester. But I was, for some reason, the only one of us who came into the office from the north, on the north side, because the south side was leafy Cheshire, which is considerably nicer and more upmarket than North Manchester, where I'm from, which, as you can probably tell from my speaking voice, is a bit grittier, shall we say. So it was my job to get a pint of milk for our tea, because, of course, we ran on adrenaline and tea, as well as petrol and nitrous oxide and whatever. And I used to see a chap called Dennis sometimes in the newsagent. And he told me that he had a BMW. Now, here's how times changed, my friend, because this was the end of the 80s, early 90s. And back then, BMW's reputation in the bike world was that they built motorcycles for old men and the police. That was it. It was completely at odds with their reputation for cars when they were making fantastic cars like the M3 and the M5. Their motorcycles were so dull and boring. Not now, I hasten to say, but this was 30 years ago. And I knew that this chap Dennis had a BMW. And after, Lord knows how many times I've spoken to him, he said, you know who I am, don't you? And I said, yeah, you're Dennis. Nice chap, you've got a BMW. He said, I'm the producer of Top Gear. I said, oh, very good. And just walked out of the newsagents. And he followed me out and he said, I think you'd be good on the television. Why don't you come down and have a try out? So I went down there and I got sent at first to see how it was done. He said, what you need to do is to go along on a shoot and see how it works. And the first shoot that I went along on was presented by a certain Mr. Jeremy Clarkson. And I'll never forget this. He turned up 2 hours late. Oh. I turned up half an hour early because I wanted to impress. He turned up 2 hours late and the crew were fuming, absolutely fuming. And I thought, right, make a point, don't do that because you want the crew on your side. But, yeah, so what they used to do, the thing was, it was very clever of them because back then, we all wrote our own scripts because we were journalists, so they didn't need to employ script writers. We wrote for a living. We all wrote for a living. Me, Jeremy, Quentin Wilson. We were writers. We wrote our scripts. And the other thing was, they didn't have to check the facts. They put that on us. They said, just make sure it's all right. I used to wake up in the middle of the night thinking, I remember calling the producer once because the programme went out on a Thursday. I'd done the voiceover on the Wednesday, and I woke up in the middle of the night and I thought, Gerald Ford wasn't the president, he was the president-elect. I'd said that when this particular car came out, Gerald Ford was the president, and then it suddenly came to me in the night, he was only the president-elect. And I rang the producer, and he said, Steve, 2 things, no one's going to notice, and 2, it is 1:45 in the morning, and then he said a rude swear word. But, you know, it's okay. But I think they were glad that we were so bothered about getting the facts right. And then when Jeremy and James and Richard, although it was Jason Dorr, when they brought the programme back in the format that most people know, the Three Amigos format, the programme had changed in a way into more of an entertainment show than a consumer show. But those 3 guys were all still journalists. They were not actors. They were not presenters. When they left after Jeremy started throwing hands because his steak was cold or something like that, they got Chris Evans, they got Matt LeBlanc, and for me, my mother is one of the sweetest person that walks this earth. She never has a bad thing to say about anybody. But I went round, she's in her 80s, I went round to see her when they changed it to Chris Evans and Matt LeBlanc, and my mother was dusting, and she stopped and she said, well, I've watched that new version of Top Gear, Stephen, and I have to say, it's dreadful. And I thought, wow, for my mother to say that, it must be really bad. And I think that was the end of the game because the people watching it were being entertained by Clarkson, Hammond and May, but they knew that all three of them had a solid background in motoring journalism.
And speaking of Clarkson...
Yeah. When they said, I think it's like, or I don't think it's as good as they actually had the knowledge and the experience. When Joey from Friends, no disrespect to Matt LeBlanc, actually, some disrespect to Matt LeBlanc, when Matt LeBlanc expressed his opinion on the Di Tommaso Pantera, as opposed to the equivalent Ferrari or Maserati, had he ever driven the other two cars? I'll bet he hadn't, because he was too busy being an actor. They ruined it. And that's why people watch Grand Tour. Because, again, Jeremy Clarkson's been writing a motoring column for the Sun newspaper in the Sunday Times here in the UK for over 30 years. Do you realise how many cars that is over that time? It's hundreds and hundreds, it's thousands of cars. So, not that he and I ever really got on. We butted heads, me and Jezza. But I've got to give the guy respect, because when he opens his mouth to express one of his strongly held opinions, he knows what he's talking about, and people know that, and that's why they respect the guy, even if they don't like him. Like me, I don't like him, but I respect him.
Well, exactly like you said, Steve. Very easy to watch on screen. What's Clarkson like off screen?
Late. He and I never got on.
Why?
Well, we sort of did. We sort of did at the start. And then I started to be on the show more. And then, as well as the motorbikes, because I started on it, for a few years I just did motorbikes. But then I started to do cars, and I started to get some of the jobs that Jeremy assumed would be his. Like, there was a new Lamborghini, the car that we now know as the Gallardo. It had a different name in development. I got wind of it. As a journalist, I got wind of it. Approached somebody in the organisation, because at the time I was writing with Auto Italia magazine in the UK. They had contacts in Italy, so I had contacts in Italy. And when Clarkson found out that I was in the frame to go and drive that car, he went potty. He was absolutely... It was like, because when I was the bike guy, it was fine. But as soon as I sort of started to be... Jeremy's great. I mean, anybody who watched Grand Tour or Top Gear, Three Amigos Top Gear, him and Richard and James, would know there's a hierarchy there, isn't there? They're not equal, the three of them. There's James, and there's, and there's Richard, and then there's Jezza. And Jezza's the leader of the gang, isn't he? If they were the Black Widows in those old Clint Eastwood films, Jezza would be the guy in the German helmet with the horns on. He's the leader of the Black Widows, isn't he? So, in real life, Jeremy is a less bombastic version of that person that you see on the screen. You couldn't act that persona for all the years that he has. He is kind of like that. And like I said, even though he and I never really got on together, the last time I met him in person, there was a bar. It was at a car show, and there was an open bar. And he said, "Barry, people know we don't like each other. I'll buy you a pint, and we'll stand over there pretending we like each other." So we're at the bar. I said, "Go on then." So he bought me a pint, and we're there chatting away. And I could see people, because it was a car show with lots of industry people, and they were walking past. He and I got to the point where I was interviewed by Britain's then best-selling newspaper, and the title was "I Wish He'd Fall in a Hole in the Ground," with a picture of me, which I did say, but they cut off the end of the sentence where I'd said to the News of the World, I'd said, "I wish he'd fall in a hole in the ground so I could have his job," and then said, "Not that I don't like him or wish him any ill will." They just used the bit at the beginning, which I had to admit to my boss when he called me in a furious rage, saying, "Why did you say these things to the News of the World?" Although subsequently I did become the motoring editor of the News of the World, which again I'll say, whatever you think of it, was Britain's... I mean, it seems strange to be in a Britain without the News of the World, because for many decades it was the best-selling newspaper in the UK.
Well, to even hear the notion that the News of the World, it might have put a misleading headline, I don't believe that at all. I'm just going to move on to the fact. Who is a better driver, you or Jeremy Clarkson?
Well, that's a good one. When you say a better driver, do you mean a faster driver?
Yes, of course.
I don't know. I have raced, not very well, because I have a problem when I race. I either finish well or the car is completely destroyed in a horrendous crash, because it seems that I only ever crash on the fast corners at race circuits. Forget first or second gear hairpins. I'm all about fourth or fifth gear flat out turns. And if you go onto YouTube, I think you can still see me going flat in fifth in a 2-litre Ford through the Craner Curves at Donington Park in the English Midlands. And I think I rolled 6 times.
Wow.
The accident, let me put it this way. It was quite a big meeting that it happened at. And the accident was so extreme that I damaged the track so badly that the entire meeting had to be suspended, not just the race that I was in, the whole thing. And we were the support race. We weren't even the main attraction. So I'm not sure, but I know for a fact that neither Jeremy or I are anything like the standard of a racing driver. I've been very lucky to know some of the greatest drivers of my generation. Well, not my generation, even older generations. People like Ari Vatanen and Marco Allen, the Scandinavian rally drivers. People like Mark Higgins, the rally driver turned stuntman who you see in all the James Bond movies. My pal Anthony Reid, who's one of the stars of Super Touring in the 90s and consistently one of the fastest drivers at Goodwood. I've been in car with these guys, and their level of ability and control is absolutely mind-blowing.
I think what I'm getting, Steve, is a very diplomatic but also a long-winded way of saying that you're a faster driver.
Let me just say something. If it was motorbikes, I don't think he'd get out of the car park. And if we were on a track, I would fall off rather than let Clarkson come past me on a motorbike. That would never happen.
So, to speak on safety, as you said, you flipped the car 8 times. Famously, Top Gear's been suspended for many years now after Freddie Flintoff's crash. It hasn't returned. Is it purely the case of health and safety that stopped the show?
Don't think so. I think that's the easy answer. And I think it's more complicated than that. It pains me to say this, but it's hard to ignore the inevitable. A lot of people would like to ignore the inevitable, but I'm supposed to be a journalist, and so I kind of have to speak as I find it. And what I find is that enthusiasm for cars and for motorcycles it's waning, it's disappearing. Do you know what it's similar? Do you know what it's very similar to? I'll tell you. It's very similar to rock music. Now, there's a great debate at the moment about the end of rock music. Black Sabbath just played their final ever farewell gig, although, having said that, I did go to the farewell tour 5 years ago, so who knows, there may be another farewell tour, but Ozzy had to sit in a chair that he was strapped into, so I very much think that that's the end for them. Paul McCartney seems to be on a farewell tour. Glastonbury, they're not having Glastonbury next year, but when it comes back, which band would be big enough to play Glastonbury? What, U2, Coldplay, maybe? Those guys are getting, into their 50s and 60s now? And it seems to be, to me, the same with cars and with motorbikes. That passion is fading.
As well, I think a big organisation like the BBC as well, it's facing enormous competition from the likes of YouTube. You have independent people with a lot of passion, with a lot of energy, a lot of time, and they don't necessarily need a salary. There's some absolutely enormous channels on YouTube which are pumping out absolutely A-grade car content.
Yeah, not much of it is from the UK, though. Most of the stuff that I watch is made in North America. I have to say, people like, Hoovy's Garage, Vinwiki, Jay Leno's Garage, stuff like that. And then there's the more sort of esoteric guys, Whistling Diesel and all that. I do like the crazy hillbilly stuff. It's a million miles away from my experience of motoring. These trucks that have their own zip code that have got like 2,000 brake horsepower and spew, enormous amounts of thick black smoke. I find that stuff quite entertaining, but I do wonder. I've tried myself with YouTube, and I think I've realised that the sort of content that I got used to producing on what we call linear television, I didn't just work for Top Gear. I made motoring shows for 4 or 5 different linear television companies here in the UK, Channel 4, Channel 5, Sky, the BBC, ITV, and it was all kind of TV programme-ish. But the YouTube content, there's a guy on there, Vice Grip Garage, Derek. I don't know if you're familiar with the guy, but it's just some guy who's got a very appealing character. He travels right across North America. He buys these old cars sight unseen. He tries to fix them up, and then he tries to drive home, often like 1,000 miles or 1,500 miles. And I will happily sit there and watch this guy on his adventure, even though he's not just fixing the cars, he's filming it, he's recording the sound, and then when he gets home, he's editing it all down and sticking it on YouTube. There used to be in Manchester, where I live, outside the cathedral, there used to be a guy, a busker, and he was a one-man band, and he played the drums, and he had a kazoo on a frame, and he had cymbals on his knees, and he used to bang them together, and then he was playing an accordion as well at the same time, and I thought, Derek's like that guy who used to do that. And when I started in television for the BBC back in the 90s, on a shoot for Top Gear, there'd be 7 or 8 people. And now it's like one guy with a mobile phone, and he's doing the whole thing. He's editing it on his phone. He's shooting it on his phone, he's recording the sound on his phone, and he's editing it on his phone. So what future there would be for a car show? Car shows are expensive. I remember sitting in a room with a BBC executive once, and he said, he listened to my proposal for another kind of car show. This was for like a custom car show. Cars that are one-offs, unusual cars that have been like... I was inspired by a man who built a car in his cellar, and it had taken him 20 years. And when he finished, he almost had to take his house down. He had to have a wall taken out the side of the building to get the car out. And I thought, we need to tell these stories. And my boss said, very good, Steve, but for far less money, I can make a cooking show or a gardening show. And I can make the gardening show 20 yards away from here in that garden out there. And I can make the cooking show 20 yards away from me in the other direction in a studio. The problem with car shows is, if you looked at Grand Tour or at Top Gear, you have to go around the world to impress people. You can't just go in the car park or in the garden or in the kitchen. You have to go to the salt flats in Namibia or the North Pole or somewhere like that. Or else people are like, oh, well, this isn't as good as the Grand Tour. They set a standard. Do you know what? I've said I don't like him, but I respect him. I think Clarkson, Hammond and May quit at exactly the right time. It was just on the cusp of them starting to... Some of the ideas were coming around for the second or third time. There was still an engaging watch, but I thought, when they quit, I thought, oh, that's good timing.
And speaking of quitting at the right time, I'm just going to move it on to Jaguar. Obviously, they've had a lot of critics recently. Their sales have dropped 98%. That's absolutely staggering. They've rebranded. The opponents will say they've kind of gone woke. They've made these sort of these supercars, if you will, and sales have dropped 98%. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, there's been a lot of people who have taken this as an opportunity to bash the woke movement. I don't think there is a woke movement. Nobody's made me aware of it. When I saw that, I thought, this is the last throw of the dice. Jaguar has been in trouble for 50 years. It's staggered from one benefactor to another to try and prop up an ailing business. I mean, think about the glory days of Jaguar. My grandfather, John Moore, was a Jaguar man. He had fantastic taste in cars, my granddad, and in motorbikes. In motorbikes, he like Enzo Ferrari, he liked a Rudge motorcycle. My granddad had Enzo Ferrari. Big fans of the Rudge made in Coventry. In cars, he had an Elvis, he had a Triumph VTS, and he had a dark green Jaguar Mark II with the 3.8 engine. What a car. Can you imagine, as a boy, I used to go and sit in that car. He'd let me start it. He'd say, Stephen, go and warm the oil in the Jaguar before he took it out. Like a 7-year-old boy, I used to run outside with the keys and start this incredible car. But that's 60-odd years ago that was made. The debacle that was British Leyland with Jaguar, those terribly built cars, beautiful cars, but terribly built. The XJ40. I've had an XJ40. Most people on the internet talking about the XJ40 never had one. It wasn't a great car. It had all sorts of problems. And of course, the biggest problem for Jaguar came in the shape of BMW, Audi and Mercedes. They took that market off Jaguar. When Ford bought it for £2.5 billion at the end of the 80s, they invested hundreds of millions of dollars into Jaguar. They built some fairly decent cars. I've had a few of them. I had an S-Type R for my paint, and I had an XJR, the supercharged X300, which I thought was a great-looking car. It went well. It made a fantastic noise. And inside, the wood and leather reminded me of my grandfather's car. But you can only trade on that nostalgia for so long. And this, for Jaguar, is a last throw of the dice. The cars that they've been making weren't bad cars. The XK, the F-Type, great-looking cars, fantastic performance. You know, maybe not quite the same cachet. Well, not quite the same cachet as an Aston Martin or a Ferrari. But perhaps in the real world, more practical and usable. And guess what? Nobody wanted them. So what are they supposed to do? Are they just supposed to carry on building cars that hark back to the 1960s and the 1950s that nobody wants? No. A radical, bold, imaginative reinvention. And if some people can't see that those commercials were deliberately designed to alienate them, then they must be easy to fool. I wouldn't mind playing poker with those people who started ranting and raving and frothing at the mouth and saying how woke it was. They've done that deliberately to get rid of you lot. They're going to reinvent themselves. They're going to build a car that costs 10 times as the X-Type they were flogging a few years ago, and they're going to try and sell them to Chinese billionaires. And I wish them all the luck in the world, because to me, Jaguar is one of the greatest brands in the history of the motor industry. I hope they survive, but it won't be like it was, because the world's changed.
And finally, we're just going to finish on briefly. I hear you're in the process yourself of starting up a car brand, a sports car for under the value of $23,000. What inspired you to start this endeavour?
I thought you'd never ask. Thank you for asking. Two things inspired me. One is the Lotus Elite. We've talked about my love of Lotus. I think that Colin Chapman is the preeminent genius of the British car industry, and there were certainly quite a few of them, you know, whether it's Isigonis or Sir William Lyons or Peter Stevens, who's actually a friend of mine, the man who designed the McLaren F1. I think the Lotus Elite of 1959, the first car that had a monocoque. It wasn't a body-on chassis, the first production car to be built on a monocoque. And I was inspired by that, and I thought, why have sports cars become so incredibly complex and so insanely powerful? What if we went back to the principles of the Lotus Elite, a car that was super lightweight and which had skinny tyres and had about 75 brake horsepower? Now, most people would think, 75 brake horsepower, you can't have a sports car. Yes, you can, because as Colin Chapman knew, and his mantra was, add lightness. We intend to build a super light car with about 75 brake horsepower. It won't need power steering. It won't need ABS. It won't need traction control. Remove weights, add lightness. And the other thing that inspired me were the pedal cars that were built. A friend of mine wrote a book, Lee Marshall wrote a book about the pedal cars that were built at a factory in South Wales that were replicas of the Austin. And people might remember our now King Charles and his brother Prince Andrew in those little pedal cars, because they used to sell them in Harrods, the department store. Those little pedal cars were made by disabled miners, guys that had worked in the mines in South Wales but had been injured. And somebody had the bright idea of finding employment for these guys, something for them to do so they could work and earn a wage again, these proud men who'd worked in the mines. And they built these fantastic little pedal cars. And I thought, what if we in Manchester could give employment to perhaps disabled ex-servicemen? I've been talking to an organisation that's involved with those kind of guys. If we could build a super lightweight car that was still very much fun to drive, but harked back to that concept from all those years ago. Stop making things with 1,000 horsepower. We've got enough hypercars. And why do they have to be so expensive? Let's build something that's lightweight, simple and fun and retails for a fraction of the cost of this other stuff. You don't need to go crazy fast to have fun. If a car is simple and it's very direct and you feel connected to the road, 50 miles an hour can feel like 150 miles an hour.
And that's a great place to end it there. We wish you the very best of luck in your endeavours with that. I'm sure when it's built, you'll have to come back on the show. But for now, Steve Berry, a former Top Gear presenter, thanks so much for your time. That's all we have time for today on Global News Today. Thanks for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye. Hello and welcome to Global News Today here on Al Arabiya English with me, your host, Michal Prendergast. Today, as famine grips Gaza, 28 nations call for an end to the war, slamming Israel's aid tactics. Plus, we'll turn to a deep dive into Chinese EV dominance with insight from the former BBC Top Gear presenter, Steve Berry. As the world watches the deepening starvation crisis in Gaza, 28 nations have issued a rare, blunt call for an immediate end to the war. They've cited inhumane aid conditions and the killing of civilians who are seeking food. They've condemned Israel's tactics as worsening an already catastrophic humanitarian collapse. The signatories are foreign ministers of the UK and 27 other nations, including Australia, Canada, France, Italy and Japan. The statement begins by declaring the war in Gaza must end now. Well, for more on this, I'm joined by Dr. Sarah Hosseini, the director of the British Palestinian Committee. Thanks so much for joining me, Sarah. As someone with deep ties to Palestine, how do you personally cope with the helplessness of witnessing this level of suffering from a distance?
I think it's incredibly difficult. I think we're really at a loss for words, especially as Palestinians in the UK and everywhere else. I mean, I think I represent an organisation called the British Palestinian Committee, and we saw a statement yesterday come out from the UK government along with other European governments condemning effectively the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza. But actually, we need to really take a step back and take a look at the reality of this moment and the context that this statement came in. So on Sunday, 92 people were shot dead while trying to get food at aid points in North and South Gaza for them and their families. Yesterday, Israeli tanks began a ground invasion of Deir al-Balah, where thousands of displaced and forcibly starved people are sheltering, marking yet another escalation and the first time, in fact, that area has been invaded by ground. We've seen the executive director of UNICEF tell the world that on average 28 children per day, that's the equivalent to one whole class of school children per day for 650 plus days, have now been murdered. And experts are warning that the extent of forced starvation has become so bad that even if food gets to people now immediately, it'll be too late for many of them. So these are not just people, these are our friends, these are our colleagues. They're either being massacred, tortured or slowly starved. And it's everyone, it's children, it's mothers, it's fathers, doctors, nurses, teachers, street sweepers and shopkeepers, all being completely stripped of their dignity, made to beg for food at aid stations where they're being lured out and then exterminated. Now, what I would say about the statement that the government has made, not only has the UK government done nothing to stop this whatsoever, it's actually continued to provide diplomatic and military support to the very forces carrying out these war crimes, providing crucial parts for the F-35 fighter jets, allowing use of their air bases in Cyprus, training IOF soldiers in the UK on UK soil. So the statement that we saw yesterday is both woefully inadequate, more than that, it's cynical and it's disingenuous, and it really is an insult to the intelligence of the wider British public.
The joint statement from the 28 nations has called Israel's aid model dangerous and inhumane. What do you think will be the impact of this?
I mean, it is dangerous and inhumane, and there should be efforts immediately to stop it. I mean, I'll give you an example from colleagues at Forensic Architecture, which is a really important organisation doing research work, who have done a really detailed studies on everything that's happening since the genocide started 2 years ago, and obviously beyond that and across Palestine. They have explained how these aid stations are often open for very brief periods of time. They will announce 70 minutes ahead of time that the station will be opened, meaning Palestinians have a short time to get there. And then there are 10 minutes where these stations are open. So what they've been telling us is people some of whom have had to walk 6 hours or so to get to an aid station, have been having to camp in really dangerous places and areas. I mean, everywhere is dangerous in Gaza, but particularly areas away from home and being displaced once again. So that the aid stations are actually causing the forcible displacement. And then, as we've talked about before, we know when people are getting to these aid stations, they're often being shot almost like fish in a barrel. It's absolutely disgusting. So yes, the aid stations are incredibly dangerous, but the statement is not actually calling for anything concrete. There's some calling on the Israeli government, again, 650 days into some of the worst crimes against humanity we've witnessed this century. There are statements about urging the Israeli government. There are some vague promises about being prepared to take further action. We are way, way beyond that. There are a number of things the government and all 28 states could be doing right now. One, fulfilling their international obligations to prevent, punish, end complicity in genocide, applying immediate sanctions, comprehensive sanctions to the state that is committing war crimes, that is the state of Israel. And actually in the UK here as well, making sure that it's ending the repression of its own citizens, the people who are here in the UK, Palestinians, other communities, citizens of conscience who are speaking out against the unimaginable horrors that are happening to our people in Gaza and being repressed and criminalised for that.
And the statement itself is unusually blunt. What do you think has finally pushed countries like the UK, France and Japan to speak out so strongly now?
I mean, again, I think if a live stream genocide over almost 2 years is not enough to be speaking out, they should have been speaking out this strongly from day one. It was only 3 months into the start of this genocide in January that the International Court of Justice already said that there was enough evidence for a plausible case of genocide. And states have done, by and large, not all states, but by and large states have done very little. And so I think to come out strongly now is fine, but it's very, very late. And there are many other things that the states should be doing rather than giving. I think it's potentially also to do with pressure from the public and a response to that by trying to give some kind of rhetorical assurances to their own citizens and public who are absolutely horrified by this, by the atrocities they've been witnessing, to try and diffuse some of that pressure. But I don't think it's working. Nobody's buying it.
and Israel have said Hamas is to blame for the war in Gaza as they started it. How do you respond to that?
I respond to that by talking about the decades of colonisation and occupation that have gone before the 17 years of siege on Gaza that was far before October 2023. This is about the sixth war, I think, on Gaza in about 20 years. So we're talking about something that goes far, far beyond October 2023 and actually has its roots here in the UK with British colonialism, the laying of the groundwork for the State of Israel through the Balfour Declaration, and then laying the foundations for the Nakba in 1948, which was the largest and the first mass dispossession of Palestinians, which we've now seen repeated again in the last 2 years.
And in regards to the recognition of a Palestinian state, how do you think the joint statement is going to affect this endeavour?
It's hard to say. I mean, this is something that is a very easy symbolic step that hasn't happened so far. It's something that, whatever its merits or not, or merits or drawbacks, will achieve nothing on the ground without the accountability that is needed. And until states are ready to hold Israel to account and to end their own complicity in doing so, nothing will change. I think there are positive examples, actually, that the UK and these countries that have signed this statement could look to. Only a few days ago, we saw a joint statement from the Hague Emergency Conference on Palestine, which was held in Bogota in Colombia, where states committed to advancing concrete measures to uphold their obligations under international law. So these are things like preventing the provision of transfer of arms, not allowing any vessels to dock or servicing them in their ports if they are at risk of carrying any kind of munitions or arms that might aid the genocide that Israel is perpetrating, urgently reviewing all of their public institutions and their ties to make sure they're not funding anything that supports Israel's illegal occupation, and so on. So there are a number of very concrete steps that these states could be taking.
And in regard to the UK government are allowing pro-Palestinian voices to protest, we've seen a lot of crackdowns on this. What's the feeling on the ground in London?
It's Orwellian, honestly. What we've seen here from the British government are attempts to crush any support for Palestinians or Palestine in British public life. Only days ago, we saw a woman holding a Palestinian flag in Kent, and sit with us, and a sign saying "Free Palestine." She was threatened by police with arrest under the Terrorism Act. And we've got to take a moment to think about what it means. That's criminalising our very flag as Palestinians. It's suggesting, it's a deeply racist suggestion that the Palestinian flag is somehow to be equated with terrorism. So there's a massive overreach here happening by the police, which contributes to this wider chilling effect on Palestinian advocacy. The idea is to scare people from speaking out against the genocide. And that's not to mention the kind of decades of dehumanisation and racism that has been spread through political media, political discourse, public discourse, which has allowed for this repression in the UK, but also is recognised as a preparatory step towards genocide. Dehumanisation is a key step needed to reach what we've reached and what we're seeing happening in Gaza, because if we're not seen as human, it's much easier to kill us. So I think what's happening here in the UK is absolutely, as I say, Orwellian. It's horrifying, if not completely shocking. I think the reason I say that is that, of course, British colonial policy abroad, which this is very much an extension of, has always translated into the erosion of civil liberties here in the UK. And so we're seeing not only Palestinians being affected, a whole range of marginalised communities that also have suffered from Britain's colonial legacy, but also British society more broadly. As I say, a majority of the public here have been in favour of a ceasefire, have been in favour of suspending arms sales immediately, and their rights and their right to protest, their right to freedom of speech, all of these things are being impacted incredibly negatively. So it's something that we should all be concerned about as British citizens and human beings.
What repercussions can people face for speaking on behalf of Palestine in the UK? Is it able to cost people jobs? Are people being cancelled, as it were?
Certainly. I mean, that's been happening for a very long time, but very quietly and pervasively, I think. It's happening more because, in the past 2 years, I think also more because people are willing to speak out, or even though they may be afraid because they've been the fear has been put into them. And these kind of politicised definitions of anti-Semitism and terrorism have been used to try and shut down any form of criticism for the State of Israel. More people have been brave, have been courageous, have spoken up for what they've seen is wrong, which is, as I say, a live stream genocide for the past almost 2 years now. And yeah, there have been a lot of ways of threatening the people, losing jobs, of silencing them. And now we're seeing, increasing attempts to criminalise under the law as well, which is, deeply, deeply shocking.
And in a past interview, I've seen you say that Britain bears responsibility for what's happening in Palestine today, and that you were shocked by UK foreign policy. What specifically shocked you the most?
Well, I don't remember saying I'm shocked. I think I go between being shocked and being completely unsurprised, but just horrified. But anyway, I think it's just the fact that Britain does bear this responsibility from the outset, and what any British government now should be doing is making corrections and making the wrongs right. We've gone past the British colonial era, and the British government should be acknowledging what has happened in Palestine, the fact that it, as I say, laid the groundwork for the creation of a state on top of Palestinians, on top of Palestinian lands, which paved the way for massacres and dispossession and displacement, the likes of which we've only actually seen to the same extent. It's been going on slowly but surely over over decades, but we've seen it to an even greater extent now in the past 2 years. And so Britain really, rather than continuing to double down and support a state that is in the dock for genocide, that has committed war crimes, oppression, that has broken all kinds of international humanitarian law, has a whole rap sheet of international violations that it's committed and are documented, Britain should be really the front and centre country leading on fulfilling its duties to the Palestinian people, both morally and legally.
And what we're hearing is reports of hundreds of civilians have been killed for just trying to reach food and water. How do you describe the reality of accessing aid in Gaza now?
Beyond words. I mean, I have so many friends and friends and colleagues in Gaza, and they're talking about how they're just watching their families starve and not being able to access food points. As we said, the fact that we're even talking about this as aid is misleading. It's not that people need aid. This is a forced starvation. This is a man-made blockade. And so people can't get foodstuffs, not because they're poor and can't buy food. They can't get foodstuffs because they're being forcibly and deliberately starved. It is absolutely unconscionable that this can be allowed to happen in this day and age. And not only that this is not only being the countries and states, including those who have made the joint statements, and the British government have not only failed to act and fulfil their duties and obligations, they're actually aiding and abetting with material support the continued atrocities by the Israeli government.
And of course, you have family in Jerusalem and in the West Bank right now. How are they describing the feeling on the ground there?
I mean, the feeling is one of absolute, again, helplessness, horror, just despair at the fact that this can even be allowed to be happening, that we feel powerless to stop it, that many people around the world are doing everything they can but feel powerless to stop it. And yet all of our political leaders, or many of our political leaders, particularly here in the West, are doing actually the complete opposite. They're not holding anybody accountable. They're, in fact, being part and parcel of this and being complicit. And so it's incredibly important. I think family and friends take heart from the fact that the British public over here are on the streets marching in their thousands and hundreds and thousands, and have been doing so again for the past 22 months. That gives us some kind of semblance of hope, but also just cannot believe that we are in a position where we are not able still to put an end to this horror.
The statement rejects Israel's idea of moving Gazans into a so-called humanitarian city. They're calling it a violation of international law. How do you see this as a step towards something more serious, legal consequences or accountability for Israel?
I mean, until we see action, and the actions that I've laid out and described today with you, I don't know how. There's been condemnations are not new. Condemnations are not new since the past month. They're not new since the past 2 years. They're not new for the decades before this. As I say, there's so many decades and decades of condemnations and violations that Israel has committed, and statements from people. And so until we see some actual accountability, some concrete measures, such as the ones we've seen the commitment to from, for example, those countries who are part of this Hague Emergency Conference, it's hard to see how these statements will change anything.
OK, we're just out of time. Dr. Sarah Husseini, Director of the British Palestinian Committee, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Michael.
Israelis were unified in their shock, grief and anger following the October 7 attacks. There was a collective demand for a tough response. But 21 months on, is that unity fracturing? Opinion polls show domestic support for the war waning, Israel's allies are losing patience, and the end goal seems more opaque than ever. On a special all-Israeli panel, we ask, is the war in Gaza dividing Israel? That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Israelis were united in their shock, grief and anger following the October 7 attacks. There was a collective demand for a tough response. But 21 months on, is that unity fracturing? Opinion polls show domestic support for the war waning, Israel's allies are losing patience, and the end goal seems more opaque than ever. On this special all-Israeli panel, we ask, is the war in Gaza dividing Israel? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The Israeli government says it's pushing ahead with its war goals. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu remains confident of total victory. But what does that look like? And when will it be achieved? More and more every day, Israelis are asking those same questions.
Netanyahu, don't let the talks collapse. Give full mandate to the negotiation team to end the war.
Mr. President, sir, we are counting on you. You brought back hostages before. Please do it again. We need your strength. We need your leadership.
A recent poll by Israel's Channel 12 TV network found that 74% of Israelis want the war to end and the hostages return. Some who previously supported the war are growing increasingly concerned with how it's being fought. A small but growing number of reserve soldiers are even refusing their compulsory duty to serve in the military. On the international stage, the chorus of condemnation is growing too.
But I firmly believe the Israeli government's action are doing untold damage to Israel's standing in the world and undermining Israel's long-term security.
I appeal to the international community to observe humanitarian law and respect the obligation to protect civilians.
What we are watching on the other side of the world is indefensible. The hostages still need to be released, but the war needs to end.
But those views aren't universal. Many Israelis still support the war and accuse those who don't of putting them and their nation at even greater risk.
People in Israel need to let Bibi just do his job, because so far he's doing a great job.
Any hostage deal will be detrimental to the ultimate victory in the war, and any release of terrorists that would have to come along with that is just an incentive for further hostage taking on behalf of the Arabs.
In the coming weeks, we'll bring you a dedicated Palestinian perspective, but on this special all-Israeli panel, we want to focus on how Israel is grappling with the criticism and division. We'll ask, is a split forming in Israel between those who do and don't support the war? How do Israelis feel about mounting international criticism, including accusations of genocide? And how do they think this war will end? Stay with us on Counterpoints. Joining us for our special all-Israeli panel to discuss the war in Gaza and its implications, Asher Fredman is joining us, Executive Director of the Miskev Institute for National Security and Zionist Strategy. Itamar Greenberg is a 19-year-old activist who served almost 200 days in an Israeli military prison for refusing to serve in the IDF. And rounding out our panel, Gershon Baskin, the co-director of the Alliance for Two States and a former Israeli hostage negotiator. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being with us. I want to start our discussion on the political turmoil and divisions that appear to be growing in Israel. There are a lot of factors feeding into this, including weariness with the way the war has been fought thus far and accusations that there's no end in sight. Hostages remain in Gaza amongst the destruction, the bombardment and the starvation. Many people, including some guests on this show, have said there are no clear political objectives. We're even hearing reports of the IDF having to draw down reserve deployments by 30% because of a drop in turnout from soldiers and soaring fatigue. So, Asher, let me start with you to kick off tonight's debate. Has this war ultimately divided Israel rather than uniting it?
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for having me. We are now facing a very complex dilemma. On the one hand, all Israelis want to see the hostages back. On the other hand, all Israelis agree that Hamas should not remain the dominant power in Gaza, capable of carrying out another October 7th attack. Now, the Israeli discourse has led to a divide over this question of ending the war, where the goal of getting the hostages back is obvious. What is much less discussed is that if the war ends tomorrow, if the IDF does indeed pull back, Hamas will quickly retake the Gaza Strip. It doesn't matter what kind of technocratic government is there. Hamas will be the dominant power on the ground, and we will see another devastating round of fighting in the near future, more terror attacks, perhaps more kidnappings. So we all want to get to a day after Hamas. We all want to see the hostages home, but it's a question of how you do that. And that has indeed created a debate within Israeli society.
What's your take on it, Asher? I mean, Hamas's leadership has been all but destroyed. Do you think that there is a risk of Hamas being able to retake if the war was to end tomorrow?
It's not a risk, it's a certainty. Hamas does not have and this is a very, very important point. Hamas does not have the ability to carry out a large-scale attack against Israel. It still is the dominant force on the ground in the Gaza Strip, except for in very small areas that Israel controls entirely together with local actors. It has thousands of fighters, explosives, dozens, if not hundreds of tunnels still left. Absolutely. Tomorrow, Israel pulls out. Maybe you have some kind of technocratic government in charge of the garbage collection in Gaza. Hamas remains the dominant power. Hamas, as it always has, makes use of all humanitarian aid, all reconstruction materials to rebuild its military capabilities. And again, it's a great idea, right? We end the war, everybody comes home, the hostages come home. It's a lovely idea. What it means in practice is that we are in another devastating war 6 months from now. If we want to get to a day after, it must be a day after Hamas.
Itamar, what's your take on this? You know, you have real skin in the game, so to speak. You are willing to go to prison to not serve. Do you think that the Israeli community is feeling divided over this issue?
Yeah, I think when Asher say that we will be in if we will end the war now, we will be in another war in 6 months from now. It's exactly the point. I think the point is that we can't, you can't win the idea of Hamas by military power. You can't silence Hamas by military power and destroy it. And obviously, I don't think Israel care about that. Hamas will take again the control on Gaza because they care about the Palestinians. It's the first time that I hear that, and I live in the Israeli society. And Israel continues the war anyway, not because they care about Hamas will take control back on the Gaza Strip because of the Palestinians. Israel afraid from Hamas, as we can see. Their acts as October 7th, it's immoral acts, and we need to be against it, of course, but to fight with it in military power, it will not end it anyway.
Gershon, how do you see the division? Is it palpable? Do you think there is a division on the ground, or is this something that the media is latching onto that perhaps you're not witnessing in reality?
Look, up to 80% of the Israeli public, probably more now, want this war to end, are willing to end the war to bring the hostages home. Very few Israelis actually believe that there are now innocent people in Gaza. The majority of Israelis, like Asher, believe that Hamas is still a big threat, that if we leave Gaza, Hamas will just reorganize and threaten Israel again. Let's face it, if Israel had defended its border on October 7th wouldn't have happened. October 7th happened because the Israeli army was absent. It was not fulfilling its role of protecting its citizens and protecting its border. Today, Hamas is decimated. They have no military command left. There are third, fourth tier rank officers left. There are no political leaders left of Hamas on the ground. Many Hamas people who are holding guns today are saying that they need to hold their guns to protect themselves against the Gazan population because Hamas has zero support in Gaza today. Or not zero, 5% of Gazans support Hamas today. They want Hamas gone. The last point is that the Gazans, the Palestinian people, know that as long as Hamas is in control of Gaza, there won't be a single dollar of money entering into Gaza to rebuild Gaza, and Gaza is destroyed. Israel has destroyed a civilization in Gaza. We have erased infrastructure, homes. More than 2 million people are homeless. No water, no electricity, no schools, no universities. We have committed war crimes in Gaza, and even if a majority of Israelis have trouble saying that, that reality will not escape us. It will follow us and chase us around the world for many years to come.
Itamar, I just want to come back to you on something that Gershon just said, that if the Israeli military was doing its job, October 7 wouldn't have happened, that IDF neglect on the border is what caused this. What do you make of that as someone who chose not to serve? Is that sending the wrong message about the Israeli military? Is it sending the wrong message about the way Israel is defending its borders?
Well, I don't think that the main part, or even a little bit of the job that the IDF do, is protecting. You can see it even before the genocide in Gaza, in West Bank, and not only. Always war everywhere. And I don't think that to ask me about you are not joining for defense your country or something like that. The IDF is not protecting anything, just making more troubles for Jews and Palestinians mainly. That's it.
Asher, what do you make of...
I'm the only panelist here who is serving in the IDF. Itamar, I'm double your age. I can tell you absolutely that when we were in Lebanon, when we were in other areas, and we found rockets ready to fire on Israeli cities, we were absolutely saving lives. Gershon, I respect your. I've been following your career for many years, and I respect your intentions. But as you know, you've also spent many years reflecting, bringing Hamas's positions and views to the Israeli leadership. Your friend Razi Hamad, who you portrayed as a
he's not my friend.
partner,
He's
has now become a main spokesperson for Hamas. I want to make one thing clear: is that Israel has never claimed that it's going to destroy Hamas as an idea, because you can't. You can't destroy the Muslim Brotherhood as an idea. You can absolutely destroy Hamas as the dominant governing and military force in Gaza. Unfortunately, the IDF, it's been a very difficult battle. Hamas has nearly every home, mosque, school has been used to store weapons, as appears for. I mean, these are what the soldiers on the ground are saying, not what the talking points of the talking heads are saying. And so, therefore, it's been a very difficult battle, no doubt. Israel can and should have defeated Hamas as the dominant power. We've seen that those who have protested Hamas in areas where the IDF isn't present are quickly have their legs shot or are murdered, because Hamas is able to maintain its reign of terror over the Gazan population. And again, the only way to get to a better tomorrow for Gazans, for Israelis, is to end the rule of Hamas. And these ideas that a consortium of Arab countries will just take over for us and do the job for us, or Hamas will willingly give up its weapons and go on vacation somewhere, is just totally baseless.
Gershon, your reaction?
Yeah, I think I'm frozen, but can you hear me?
We can absolutely hear you. Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, good, because my picture is frozen. Hamas is destroyed. We can keep saying that we need to destroy Hamas, but actually what we're doing is we're protecting the government of Benjamin Netanyahu. This is no longer a war about destroying Hamas. Hamas is destroyed, and the Arab states and the international community won't do the rest of the job. There needs to be a political solution here, and it needs to be a political solution based on the Palestinians. This is one of the failures that we're facing right now, is that Israel can justify not ending the war because there is no viable alternative for Hamas on the ground. This is the fault primarily of the Palestinian Authority, but it's also by design by the State of Israel that has not fostered or allowed any kind of alternative to Hamas to be developed. There's only a political end to Hamas. There is no military end to Hamas. And what we Israelis have to understand, and Itamar certainly knows this, that as long as there are Israeli soldiers left in Gaza, Hamas has targets to kill. But if there are no Israeli soldiers left in Gaza, and there is a new Palestinian government supported by the Arab states with peacekeeping troops and international aid coming in to Gaza, we have an entirely different reality.
Okay, Itamar, let me come to you. We're going to be moving on to day after political solutions a little bit later in our discussion. But let me stay focused on what's happening now and today. Itamar, how do you think the Netanyahu administration has handled this war, and what sort of sense are you getting today from people in Israel about their sentiment around the government?
Yeah, I think that the big problem with this war is that it started. So we can see from the start that it will take thousands, 10,000. Now it's almost 100K people that we murdered. But we can saw it from the start, and I don't think the problem is how we handle it now. But I think that the Israeli society start to see it in the last few months. That this war is meaningless, and we can't continue with this forever. And people just want this to end as soon as possible, mainly because the hostages and the soldiers' lives. For me, obviously, the main part is that I just don't support genocide and killing of civilians. But there is no bad reasons for opposing war. So, yeah, I think almost maybe 70% of the Israeli society support the hostage deal and the war.
Asher, what do you think? How do you think the administration has handled the war? And do you think that there is division within the society about the Prime Minister?
Well, there's certainly division about the Prime Minister, but that's a reflection of the fact that we are a very vibrant democracy. I have to say, from my understanding, my analysis, Itamar's presentation is incorrect, because the political opposition, which is calling to end the war, leaders like Benny Gantz or others, what they're saying is they're not saying we have to, and by the way, you can throw out the word genocide as many times as you want. It doesn't actually make it a fact. There is no genocide in Gaza. But regardless, what their political leaders are saying is we have to end the war to get the hostages back. And certainly many, many Israelis desperately want our 50 hostages back as soon as possible. And then what they say is, and afterwards, Hamas will give us an excuse to go back in and really defeat Hamas. Now, those polls that Gershon cited earlier, when they say, do you want to end the war and get the hostages or continue the war? Then, in fact, about 80% say they want to end the war and get the hostages. When the question is put somewhat differently, there was a poll that just came out today, I believe, that says, if we make a deal now, Hamas will retake control of the Strip and carry out further attacks. Do you want to end the war? The percentages are almost the opposite. So a lot of it is about, as polls are, how you phrase the question. I think that Israeli society, many Israelis believe that it's worth it to end the war in order to get the hostages back. And you know what? They may be correct. It may be that that's the moral strategic decision, but we shouldn't be blind to the fact that this will only lead to further destruction, further war. And given that Hamas continues to be deeply embedded, that destruction, again, the fact that houses are destroyed, the fact that schools are destroyed is not an indication of genocide. It's an indication of the fact that Hamas uses those locations for its military purposes.
You raise genocide, and so let me move on to our second segment, which is focusing on how the international community is perceiving the conflict, because that does bring this accusation of genocide to the fore. There has been a clear change in rhetoric from traditional Israeli allies as the conflict has progressed. President Trump didn't stop in Israel during his Middle East tour in May. The UK, France and Canada have threatened sanctions against Israel. The country is accused of genocide at the International Court of Justice, and an arrest warrant has been issued for the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on war crimes allegations. And on Wednesday, the World Health Organization chief also accused Israel of a man-made mass starvation crisis in Gaza. So Gershon, let's start with you in this segment. How do the accusations of genocide, of starvation, make you feel as an Israeli? Has this ever happened before in Israeli history when you reflect on the way the international community, some parts of the international community, perceive your country?
Listen, I experience physical pain when I talk about Israeli war crimes and the act of genocide being committed in Gaza. It pains me physically to have to say that, but that's true. And even if Asher wants to deny it, like most Israelis want to deny it, we are not exposed in Israel to the reality of Gaza. We see physical destruction. We see almost nothing of the humanitarian disaster. We've seen nothing of the erasure of a civilization in Gaza, which is the definition of genocide. It's not the Holocaust. It is not what the Nazis did to the Jews and other peoples in World War II, but there is a legal definition of what genocide is. There's an international convention that was written by the international community after the Holocaust and because of the Holocaust. And it pains me to say that what's happening in Gaza today is a genocide. Now, I just want to weigh in on one other issue with regard to the international community, because Asher talks about the impending war that will happen at the end of this war, but we almost might have a very different scenario, because the world today is convinced more than ever that this needs to be the last Israeli-Palestinian war, and the two-state solution, which was off the table for many years, is back now, with the Saudi Franco initiative, with the Global Alliance for the implementation of the two-state solution that more than 90 countries are participating in. The foreign ministers of Saudi Arabia and France will be meeting in New York at the end of this month, preparing the summit for September, to push the international community to take action to implement the two-state solution. That means recognizing the state of Palestine and creating a reality which is going to enable us, the Israeli people, to change our government, which is badly needed.
Asher, what do you think? I mean, whether or not you agree or disagree with the designation or the accusation of genocide, how do you feel that some of Israel's traditional allies are levelling that accusation against Israel?
I have to use the line that facts don't care about your feelings. There's never been a military conflict where one opposing side delivered this amount of food and aid and fuel to the other side, in fact, to the side that is firing with them. By the way, we could have ended this war within 1 month if Israel had not. Hamas needs fuel to remain in its tunnels. If Israel had stopped giving fuel to Hamas at the beginning of the war, Hamas fighters would have had to come out of their tunnels. They could have been eliminated, and that would have ended the war. Now, various NGOs, international bodies have been accusing Israel of genocide every year, twice, and every day that ends with a Y. So there's really nothing new about the accusations. In fact, there's nothing new about the UK or France even taking steps against Israel while these wars take place. Now,
it is kind of new, to be honest.
The war's been going on for 2 years. There is international lack of patience. And in Israeli society, too, there's a lack of patience. Israelis don't like wars. Israelis are not, I'm not happy that I have to serve time and time again on the front lines. None of my friends, my wife certainly is not happy about that. Israelis don't want to continue on war. And nobody likes being accused of genocide. But the fact that these claims are thrown out or create an emotional effect, but that I disagree with you, Gershon, they in no way meet the legal or factual international definition of genocide, I think is pretty clear. And it doesn't matter what what a conference held by the French says. The idea, we know, according to the best available Palestinian polling, Hamas is the most popular party in the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. The idea of a two-state solution is nice in theory, but the idea that we could now give the Palestinian Authority control over the hilltops, overlooking Tel Aviv, overlooking Ben Gurion Airport, when the most likely outcome is that Hamas takes over the Palestinian Authority or that other terror groups become the dominant force in the Palestinian Authority, is the reality that we have to face.
Itamar, what's your reaction to this? The idea that there are portions of the international community laying pretty harsh judgment at the feet of Israel. As someone from a younger generation, is this something that you think that maybe you will be wearing as a sign of being an Israeli for years to come?
I have to say, it's not really matter if I like it or not. I'm Israeli and I live in the Israeli society. I live here and I have to deal with that. I don't think that the international community putting enough pressure on Israel. I think if the world really wanted Israel to end it, so it was already behind us. You can see it is with the war with Iran, when Trump can end like World War almost after 12 days, and if he can do it after 12 days, he can do it to not start. And I want to say to Asher, he said that he's double of my age. I don't think it's legitimate even to get into it. I don't think it's matter to. But I will say that. Sorry, I have.
We seem to have lost Itamar's audio again.
I just want to say to Asher, yeah, you are double of my age. You know better English than me, but you are supporting a terrorist organization that murdered 100,000 people in less than 2 years. And now the
starvation even Hamas doesn't say it's 100,000. So you might want to check with Hamas for the updated numbers, which I think they say are 58,000.
Just one moment, Asher. We'll just let Itamar finish.
Please. There is it's a specific counting of only people that bodies that go to the hospital, and they didn't count the bodies under the rubbers. And you can read the research about that. It's not really the point. The starvation in Gaza got to be now in level 5. And this is extermination of people. This is genocide, and you have to handle with that.
Gershon, when you have countries like America, like the UK, who have been involved in controversial wars in the past, including Iraq, including Afghanistan, do you think it's hypocritical then that we hear their governments criticize Israel, that people from those countries are protesting against Israel when, you know, it's not like they haven't been on the opposite side of that criticism in the past as well?
I think it's certainly hypocritical, but it also doesn't really matter to me if it's hypocritical or not. We need to end this war because this war is no good. We need to end this war because we have demonstrated a lack of humanity toward our neighbors. When this war is over, there are going to remain 7 million Israeli Jews and 7 million Palestinian Arabs living between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea, and we need to confront that. We Israelis need to confront the reality that there's another people on this land who believe that they belong here, who believe that this land belongs to them. We need to ensure that they also recognize that we're here and we belong here and we will remain here. And therefore, we need to get past all of this mutual recriminations and deal with the reality of the existence of our two peoples on this land. And I think that there is massive changes happening within the Palestinian body politic. And the polls that Asher cited from before are not really relevant today. And we really need to see the changes that are happening within Palestine, both in the West Bank and in Gaza. And the Palestinians understand, they have to understand that they no longer have a viable armed struggle, even if legally, by international law, they have a legal right to resist occupation with arms. They are not going to liberate Palestine or get a free Palestinian state next to the state of Israel by killing Israelis. That's the realization that they need to come to, and we need to understand that there is no military solution to this conflict. We cannot destroy Hamas militarily. Hamas will only be destroyed politically and diplomatically.
Asher, global public opinion has shifted on Israel. According to the most recent report from the Pew Research Centre, in 20 of 24 countries surveyed, around half of the adults, or more than half, had an unfavourable view of Israel. Why do you think that is? And are you concerned with that international shift in perspective?
I'll address it in 1 second. Gershon, I just want to say I agree in principle with much of what you said and the need for us to find a way to live together with the Palestinian people. I fully agree with that. And we can just how, but I just want to say that. Regarding international public opinion, it comes down to two separate issues. One issue is the issue of consistent, persistent, blatant media bias in most of the international and regional media. You go into some international Arab news channels or in Arabic language news channels, and literally every day the headline is Israel does something bad, and then any other issue, Russia, United States, tsunamis, whatever else. And again, we've had nearly all the international media takes the Hamas health ministry numbers at face value and doesn't ask hard questions. Nobody's asking, if you call in the second week of the Gaza war, there were already claims that the Palestinian population was starving. You have a Gaza Humanitarian Foundation that is bringing in tens of millions of meals, but because those meals aren't reaching Hamas, you have an international campaign against them. So that's one element. The second element is that it's absolutely true. Because Hamas is so deeply embedded in Gaza, the war has been very destructive in Gaza, and we should not in any way deny the real suffering and the destruction in Gaza. And I would never deny it because that's a fact. The question is, why is that happening? Because of Hamas being embedded, and how do you prevent that from happening again by removing Hamas? Now, am I concerned? Yes, I'm concerned. I'm very concerned about Israel's international relations and partnerships, although in many ways, Israel's partnerships and relations and investment have never been better, to be frank. But in the end of the day, when I have a critical security threat to my people, to my family, to my country, that has to come first. I can't rely on words and slogans and talk about political solutions. I need to defend my homeland and then worry about public opinion.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Itamar.
Can I just comment?
Yeah, please.
I think if we're talking about critical security threat, there's no question that if there's a critical security threat that Israel needs to address, that Israel needs to deal with it. But we have to understand that as long as the Palestinians are not able to achieve independence and freedom and dignity, Israel will never have security. There is a political diplomatic linkage to the security threat, the imminent security threat to the state of Israel. I'm not talking about Iran here. I'm talking about our immediate neighbors, whether it be the Palestinians or the Jordanians or the Egyptians or the Syrians or the Lebanese, the neighborhood in which we live. Our problem is that we have managed to fail systemically with the Palestinian issue since our creation, basically. And there are opportunities to deal with that issue. We have to understand that there's an equation here between Israel's security and the freedom and dignity of Palestinians. We all will get security when there are two people living on this land who both have freedom and security and dignity. This is the recipe that we need to find the answer for, and it is not a military recipe.
Itamar, do you think that the international public opinion has swayed against Israel purely because of an alleged media bias?
I think that the world is really interested in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, if we will call it like that. I think as a person that opposing the war crimes of Israel, the crimes against humanity, it's my privilege to use it, that people over the world care about what we are doing and our crimes. And I'm trying to use it for promoting freedom and equality for everyone between the river and the sea, for the start. I think, I think we are doing a lot of work over social media. Me too, trying to promote this like idea of to show to the world what Palestinians live with or die with. I think it's important. I think it's wonderful. I think also Asher is a part of the second side is. Here to do an asbara explanation, like he's not really presenting the most of the Israeli society. A lot of the Israeli society are fascists. Sadly, I say it. Sometimes it looks like Nazism, and he is here to explain it to the world in a logical way. So yeah, that it. We have. I think it's part of the war. It's also online. It's an important front.
Well, Prime Minister Netanyahu says this war will continue until Hamas is totally destroyed. And yet even the then Defence Minister Yoav Gallant has said that that wasn't possible, and that Hamas, as some of our guests here tonight have said, is an ideology and can't be wiped out. On the flip side, there are parts of the community who, as Asher has raised, have fears that any concessions to Hamas would only lay the groundwork for future attacks. Some of the Israeli far right want Palestinians to leave Gaza, and even on Wednesday, the Knesset voted in favour of a non-binding resolution calling for the annexation of the West Bank. Asher, is a two-state solution dead? And do you think the Netanyahu administration will try to push Palestinians out of Gaza?
I think we need to look behind. It's funny, every time somebody presents facts or realities, other people try to dismiss it as, oh, that's Hasbara, it can't be right. Again, we need to look at reality. Certainly, I think I would have to object to the framing that there are those who say that any concessions to Hamas will lead to disaster or something like that. No, leaving Hamas as a dominant power in Gaza as it is today, regardless of the fact that many of its political leaders, the ones who have been in touch with Gershon for many years, are no longer with us, they are still the dominant power. Regarding the two-state solution, I would like nothing more than coexistence with all of our Arab neighbors, including our Palestinian neighbors. The fact is that the Oslo process, which Gershon, I think, was proudly a part of, which brought this idea of a two-state solution. The PA has not led to that, has led only to ongoing conflict. And that's because while people here talk about freedom, dignity, they ignore the fact, for example, that Palestinian Authority schools continue to glorify terrorists, that they continue to teach that Israel will soon disappear, that they continue to pay salaries to terrorists, despite some bureaucratic sleight of hands. In fact, contacts of mine in the Gulf who served in relatively high financial positions have told me, yes, over the years before October 7th, we transferred money to the PA and we know exactly where it went. It didn't go to the Palestinian people. It went to Abbas and his sons. And I think that in the Arab world, that's fairly well recognized. The other thing we have to recall is, as you remember, at the beginning of the year, terrorists took over parts of the northern West Bank, and the Palestinian Authority was incapable of retaking those towns until the IDF had to roll in and take care of the terrorists. So if the Palestinian Authority can't even control its own, several miles away from Ramallah, the idea that it should control the high ground overlooking Ben Gurion Airport, or that it could even theoretically take over Gaza is just simply not based on reality. We need to get to a solution. We need to get to peace, but it must be a peace based on reality and not on the continuation of the illusions and false paradigms which many people in Israel bought before October 7th, and a few people still believe after October 7th.
Gershon, do you want to respond to that directly?
Yeah, I certainly do. Listen, Israel and the PLO signed 6 agreements during the so-called Oslo peace process and then went on to breach every single one of the agreements they signed. I was a supporter of the idea of Oslo, and I think the Oslo process was a very bad process, and it failed. Its failure was very clear to me in a year into the process for many of the reasons that Asher said. The failure to deal with creating an effective Palestinian governmental authority that was responsive to the needs of the Palestinian public, the educational system that developed in Palestine that incited against Israel and against Jews. All these things are very true. I think that when we're looking toward the future, the reality is that the triangle of leadership in Israel and Palestine needs to all be gone. Both Netanyahu, both Hamas, and Abbas all need to go. Abbas runs a regime of corruption. Hamas has created a regime of destruction. And Netanyahu is systematically destroying Israel's democracy. We need new leadership in this region who have the ability to remember what went wrong, what we did wrong, what the other side did to us, but also need to have an eye open toward the future where we can build a new reality. And that new reality, the new peace process that will be established at some time in the future, has to begin with things like education and incitement. We need to build the building blocks of a foundation which will be strong enough to hold the kind of concessions that Israelis and Palestinians are going to need to make. And that includes an outward, explicit, mutual recognition of the national rights of both people to live in this land. That's something that was basically absent in the Oslo peace process. So it's very easy to throw at me that I was a supporter of Oslo. I've been a supporter of a two-state solution since I'm a teenager. And that was a long time ago, but it was not the Oslo peace process that I supported. I had many criticisms of it, and I think what we need to do is learn the lessons of why it failed and not make the same mistakes again. We will make new mistakes, but we should never make the mistakes that we made before.
And I'll just remind our viewers, we have an all-Israeli panel. We may be discussing Palestinian issues, but we are getting it from an Israel perspective, and we will, of course, bring a Palestinian perspective to our viewers in the coming days and weeks. But as I said, we have an all-Israeli focus for this evening. Itamar, I want to ask you, do you, regardless of whether you want it or don't want it, do you in reality think that after what has taken place, there can ever be peace now between Palestinians and Israelis?
I don't think we are talking about peace. I think now, after almost 80 years of conflict and terror, peace is not enough. Peace deal is not enough by the leaders. We need to do a deep reconciliation process for changing it, for developing truly freedom and equality for everyone between the river and the sea. It's not that Israel's security it's coming on the Palestinians' freedom. We just can't live like that, because truly the sentence of no one is free until everyone is free, and no one is safe until everyone is safe and everyone is free. So I believe in peace. I believe in reconciliation. I don't think we have other option. I think all of us can agree on that in the end we have to live here together, because here is millions of Palestinians and millions of Israelis here, and no one will live. This is the reality that we live in, and obviously I think everyone here in this panel can agree that we need to get to peace. I think that the idea of peace by strength or peace by agreements of money and everything that Asher is trying to do, as I see, I think it's also important to have peace with Saudi, but I think it's meaningless to develop it and try to do it now while with the people that live in the same place that we came and just got into the land. They are here now with us. We can't live together, and we are always in the bloodshed. I think it's impossible to to work, if it's all the world, about peace when we are here in just endless war.
Asher, what do you make of the non-binding Knesset vote from Wednesday evening on annexing the West Bank? Do you think it's going to make the situation better or worse?
I don't think it's going to have any practical impact on the situation. I think it reflects an Israeli awakening to the reality that we face. Again, the idea that, as Gershon mentioned, and Gershon, again, I really respect your perspective and your work, but the fact that the Palestinian Authority continues to be incite to terror, to pay for terror, to corrupt, to be ineffective, to its basic inability to stop terror has made it clear to Israelis the fact that Iran is looking to bring in Islamist militias into Jordan to undermine Jordan and then to attack Israel from Jordan. On the first day of the Iranian operation, I didn't refuse to serve my country. I got a message saying, be ready to prepare to report to the Jordanian border because there's a real fear that Iranian militias or Muslim Brotherhood terrorists may be coming across that border. So I think what the decision reflects is an Israeli understanding or an Israeli consensus or growing consensus that the strategic areas in Judea and Samaria, in the West Bank, in the Jordan Valley, will need to remain under Israeli control. Now, I can foresee a future where, with people-to-people peace building, with mutually beneficial cooperation, with de-radicalization, with demilitarization, that sentiment could change, and we could potentially take the steps towards a better future between us and the Palestinians. But I think the Knesset vote absolutely reflects people looking reality straight in the face and saying, what do we need to do in order to ensure that we don't have the same terrorists that were rolling into southern Israel aren't rolling into Tel Aviv tomorrow? Because I hate to break it to you, but that's a real possibility.
Well, I think if we're going to deal with reality, then we have to understand the reality of the region that we're living in. And the surest way to strengthen the extremists, the Islamists, the Hamas, and other groups in the region is by doing things like threatening to annex the West Bank or parts of the West Bank. If you want to bring down the regime in Jordan, this is the fastest way to do it. If you want to risk the peace treaty between Israel and Jordan and Israel and Egypt and Israel and the Emirates and Bahrain, and if you want to guarantee that there will never be any kind of normalization and peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia, go ahead and annex parts of the West Bank or all the West Bank. This is the surest way of strengthening those terrorist and extremist groups that want to destroy Israel. That is a complete lack of understanding of the reality in which we live. It is perhaps understanding the reality of the small percentage of the Israeli population who are the settlers and the settler leaders who dictate Israeli politics for many, many years already and have driven Israel off the path of sanity in regard to understanding the region that we're living in.
So I just want to point out, there's been a lot of complaints about Netanyahu, and you can like him, you can dislike him, but the fact is that Israel is a democracy, and there is an easy way to change the leadership, which is by election.
Not so easy,
and Netanyahu has won vote after
Not
vote
so
after
easy.
vote after vote. What will be in the next
Not
vote?
so easy.
No.
Since October 7th, the Israeli public wants Netanyahu gone, and we have no way of getting rid of him. And he keeps doing things.
We're a democracy. There's a democratic process.
He's demoralizing
the majority of Knesset
He's
members to vote for no confidence. There could be a vote. There could be elections
He has
for
a
3
solid
months.
majority in the Knesset. He has a solid majority in the Knesset. The Knesset is irrelevant in terms of legislation. And
Well,
they're
then
trying
democracy
to turn
is irrelevant. Maybe, it's
irrelevant.
all on France.
It is not
today,
democracy.
But if you want to be democratic, you have the Knesset.
It is the dismantling of democracy that we're experiencing in Israel today by Netanyahu and his regime. This is what they are doing. They are creating an autocracy in this country. We see the way that Netanyahu controls his party, the way that he controls the government, the way that he controls the Knesset, the way that he controls our future. Our future
We
is
have parliamentary democracy with free and fair elections and the rule of law. The fact that you don't like the outcome is certainly legitimate, but it doesn't make the Knesset or the government illegitimate.
Yeah, democracy is not defined by what the majority decides. Democracy has a lot of other elements within it that determine
is it defined by what you decide?
No, democracy is about protecting the rights of the minority, not protecting the rights of the majority. There are rights.
There is no country in the Middle East where the rights of minorities are protected more than in the state of Israel.
Okay. Itamar, jump in here and give us your perspective on this. The situation of the Knesset vote annexing the West Bank, is there a concern to you that it will exacerbate the situation? Will it calm the situation? What's your take? And maybe to comment on what Gershon and Asher have been debating there.
Yeah, I have to say in the start, we don't live in a democracy. Democracy is where everyone has their rights. Firstly, obviously, you can say that Israel is democracy when we control millions of people without the rights to vote and just basic rights, human rights. And I have to say about the West Bank, we live under the ground. There is a ongoing process of annexation for years. Okay, I work a lot in West Bank in my activism, also in what's called protected presence. We are trying to help Palestinians that are suffering from Israeli terror and settlers terror. It's both. It's actually Israeli terror because it's not that the army is not controlling it; it's part of it, and this is main part of my activism. And I don't know what Asher knows about what's happening there because Israeli news don't like to report about that. But Asher, I invite you to come with me and to see what actually terror looks like in West Bank. And you are talking about theoretically options of what will happen after we will do peace and terror in Tel Aviv, or you don't live in the reality. Reality now it's years of terror, and I don't understand what you want to talk about theoretically things that will happen because our problems now it's a lot more important. Yeah, I think it's crazy to talk about annexation.
Do you think terror in Tel Aviv and Jaffa is theoretical or something that happens regularly?
I will continue. Please let me finish and reply later. I'm just saying about the annexation and the Riviera plan of that in Gaza. That yesterday there was an event in the Israeli Knesset, MKs from the government that did an event about our plan to establish a settlement into Gaza. So I don't think you can talk about the meaning of the war, of destroying Hamas when we see the reality and what is the real meaning of this war. Yeah, that's it.
We're almost out of time. Asher, a quick right of reply to you before we rush out.
I think that we need new thinking and new paradigms to figure out how we get to a better future, whether this idea of one Palestinian authority is the right approach, or whether working with local leaders is I know it's a very out-of-the-box approach. It's going to create a lot of reaction, but there are potentially other paths forward for creating healthy, productive, mutually respectful relations with the Palestinians, the millions of Palestinians who share the same beautiful land. And I just want to say, I think this debate, obviously we disagree, but it is a reflection of the Israeli democracy. Itamar, I dare say that I've been around the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, perhaps even more than you have. I certainly think that the small examples of violence by people in Judea and Samaria is condemnable. I think that the reality, again, is far different, but we don't have time to go into that. But I just think that this is an example of the Israeli debate taking place. So if that's the goal of the program, then you've heard a good example of that. And thank you very much for having me.
Pleasure. All right, Gershon, a final wrap up from you.
I think that the conclusion of any kind of debate like this is it's not about creating a Palestinian authority, but recognizing that the two people living on this land have the same right to the same rights. And until we understand that, both peoples, the Israelis and the Palestinians, that we all have the same right to the same rights, there will be no solution for ending this conflict. And that's what we have to try to achieve. This has to be the last Israeli-Palestinian war. We can't keep doing this to each other. What Hamas did on October 7th were horrendous crimes against humanity and crimes crime, war crimes, acts of terrorism. And what Israel is doing in Gaza are horrendous war crimes and crimes against humanity. It has to end. We need to help the world to do it, but we need to help ourselves first and foremost. We need to open our eyes to the reality that both peoples are living in here, and we need to put an end to it. And there are ways to do that. This is not the only conflict that it has ever been in the world, and it's certainly not the last conflict in the world, but it's our conflict, and we have a responsibility for bringing it to an end.
It's been a fascinating discussion, a purely Israeli perspective on what's happening. Of course, we will bring a purely Palestinian perspective in the very near future. But for now, thank you very much to our guests. Asher Fredman, Executive Director of the Miskiv Institute for National Security and Zionist Strategy. Itamar Greenberg, an Israeli activist who was jailed for refusing to serve in the IDF. And Gershon Baskin, the co-director of Alliance for Two States and a former Israeli hostage negotiator. Thanks for joining us on Counterpoints. And to you at home, thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints. To watch all of our latest debates and special interviews, subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and of course follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. You know, every morning we have to know what Israelis think, you know. It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had one egg or two eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. You know, everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what did the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that one half of Israelis, 47%, one half of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer in that Oval Office somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent in office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. And these are our top stories today. A Russian passenger plane crashes with nearly 50 on board. There are no signs of survivors. Trump pressures Columbia University into $200 million settlement as Epstein files and Gaza talks put the White House under a fresh spotlight. And the United Nations and Israel trade blame over Gaza's hunger crisis as aid groups warn of mass starvation. A Russian passenger aircraft carrying nearly 50 people has crashed near the Far East with no immediate signs of survivors. The Anatov 24 disappeared from radar during a second landing attempt, and rescuers later spotted the burning wreckage deep in a forested mountain area. Poor terrain is now hampering recovery efforts. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and presenter and actress Elena Wallace with us in the studio. Shane, first of all, let's talk about this aircraft. Built 50 years ago, 1976 is when this aircraft has been in service since, and there's concerns that ageing planes are still being used in these remote areas.
Well, yeah, like, 1976, it is ridiculous that they're still flying these kind of planes. But when you put it into context, actually, I looked up the statistics from the International Air Transport Association, and actually the ages of planes globally is getting older and older. So I don't want to scare everyone off going flying, but the average aircraft is about 14 years, 10 months at the end of last year, and that's 15 months older than it was in 1990, which is a quarter of a century ago. So in general, planes are just getting older. So in terms of the more modern ones, you can probably say it's because they've got better maintenance, we've got better safety standards, we've got better designed planes, but in general, the planes are getting older. So the question is why, you're probably thinking. So Some of it is to do with the delays that we've been talking a lot about in terms of Boeing, Airbus, and that is having a massive impact, because if you can't get the new planes in, and even like Emirates, Etihad, we've heard all of the headlines of like them complaining that they can't get the planes. And it is a big issue, because last year, 70% of the planes that were supposed to be delivered only got delivered, so that's at 30%. And this year, it's expected to be the same. So when all of the top tier airlines are waiting for all their planes. So you can imagine the guys are at the bottom, they're still running like 1970s jets.
Well, I imagine a lot of those parts internally have been changed. Everything has to surely be changed. The only thing that remains the same is the fuselage of the aircraft at that stage, you would imagine, if it's been in service for 50 years, right?
Well, kind of, because we're talking about Russia here, so they've got sanctions on there. So the chances of getting parts to replace those is rather difficult, because a lot of the time they would have come from overseas, which now is not possible. So that is restricting a lot of the manufacturing and the repairs on these kind of jets.
Elena, let's talk about the situation like this, and what's crucial in the first 24 to 48 hours. What will investigators look for?
Yeah, so of course you're going to be looking for the flight records, the black boxes, but the problem with this particular crash, Jono, is that it's in the middle of woodland, so it's going to be really, really difficult to to find that at this moment. We have had a little statement from Mr. Orlov, who is the regional governor of Tinder, where the plane was trying to get to, and he says that all necessary forces and means have been deployed to search for the plane at this time.
I mean, we're seeing it on our screens right now. We can see just how difficult of a terrain this is. It really is kind of a very difficult one to navigate for any aircraft investigators to try and get on board there. Shane, how common is this? For an aircraft to go missing from radar, which is what we're hearing, moments before it landed, is this something that happens quite a lot?
Well, I try to find a statistic because, I'm the stat man, and there is no really statistic to say how, but they just described it as it's uncommon and rare. So when you look into it, I think the fact that this has been described as a criminal case first is quite worrying, and it shows because I looked into the airline itself called Angara, and their record is described as patchy, which has never really...
What does that mean? What does patchy define as?
Okay, so since 2018, they've had at least 4 classed as serious incidents using this particular type of aircraft. And their jets are pretty old anyway, which we've gone into, and a lot of this is to do with because of the sanctions on Russia and trying to get parts to fix this. But it's the Anantov aircraft, and when I looked into this as well, is that this airline and also some other Serbian airlines had already requested to extend the life of this aircraft. So they're already struggling anyway. So if I was flying into this part of the world and on this aircraft, I would think twice.
Because apparently extended till 2036. Just recently it'd been certified to fly this aircraft until 2036. That's a concern. Elena, few reports saying there's low visibility, that was an issue. Weather might have been something that came into play here as well, and made that not just the flight itself, but also the recovery is going to be now a very tricky process.
Of course, yeah. I mean, they have said that these were built to handle Siberia's extreme conditions, but obviously, what's happened, it's completely the opposite to that, right? And of course, you were saying before, Shane, that the nickname for these planes are the flying tractor.
Yeah.
But of course, 49 people, I think of the numbers now, have passed from this, and that's who we've lost here. But the fact that it's a 50-year-old plane, I would not be getting on a 50-year-old plane. I certainly wouldn't be putting children on.
No, and I think that's the concern, is that. But as you said, Shane, a lot of the aircraft, I travelled on one 2 weeks ago that was 18 years old. I did not feel unsafe getting on that aircraft. But in saying that, when something like this happens, or the Air India crash happens, it reignites that deep fear inside everyone of air travel, which is, be it unfounded or otherwise.
Which I did decide to look into that, and I know you've said like how many incidents there are, but actually when you look back at it in 2015, so 10 years ago, there was 3.5 billion people went on planes. In 2023, there was 8.7 billion. So there's a lot more people, which means a lot more planes. But the number of incidents has actually gone down. So the probability of you actually having an incident has dropped considerably. But at the same time, because I like looking up another sort of survey, US passengers are getting even more anxious. So I think it's because you've got 24-hour news and you're watching all of these incidents that we're talking about now. It just feeds into people's sort of anxiety. So the number of crashes and the probability of you being in an accident has gone down considerably, but anxiety has gone up in the last 5 years, which is slightly worrying, to be honest.
Elena, so it's obviously a twin prop plane, 2 propellers either side. I don't know if anyone's been on a Cessna Caravan, which is a single prop plane that takes you in small remote areas. Do you get concerned getting onto commercial airliners, even though they're full-on jumbo jet engines?
I am the worst flyer. I am an absolute nightmare flyer, completely anxious. So I would not be getting on one of these planes for sure. I mean, I was travelling last week and I'm not someone that you want to be sitting next to on a flight, let's just put it that way. I think it's because, you're putting your life in someone else's hands, right? When you get into your car and you're driving, you have, a massive degree of control. In this situation, you're not even going to meet the pilot, never mind see the pilot, and you are literally putting your hand and putting your life into their hands. It's
weirdly, I must be like a strange person or something, because I don't have that. In a previous life, I used to go all over the world for an Irish newspaper, and you'd end up like in darkest Africa, Venezuela, South America, and you always had to get these tiny planes. I was just generally fine with them.
I was once on a private jet many moons ago, and let's just say I may or may not have had a bit of an episode on that plane. I was quite hysterical.
It's a concern, but statistically speaking, I need to be clear about that. 1 in 11 million, that is your chances of dying. It's a 1 in 101 of dying in a car crash, 1 in 11 million. Statistically, you're more likely to be killed by watermelons rolling down a hill. That's the actual stat, than you are to be killed in an air crash. So just keep it in mind, no need to be concerned. And again, even though it's a 50-year-old plane, they are well maintained. Thank you both, Elena, and also to you, Shane, for your thoughts on that. Stay right there. Let's move on to our next story. The Department of Justice is expected to meet Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, in jail today. She's currently serving a 20-year sentence for grooming and for sexually abusing underage girls. The meeting between the Deputy Attorney General and Maxwell comes as the White House pushes back against a report which suggests that President Trump is named in documents that are related to Jeffrey Epstein. Elena, this is the story that really, for the administration, does not seem to want to go away. Reportedly briefed on this months ago, Trump, apparently, that he was in the Epstein files. Should the White House maybe have gone public with it way back then, or was it right to keep stump until now?
I mean, personally, I think this is telling, the fact that he hasn't said anything, right? I mean, this was a large part of his presidential campaign, that he was going to give these files, let us see them. And he hasn't. I mean, anyone who gives you their word, who gives you a promise that they're going to deliver something so significant, and especially the president of one of the most, powerful countries in the world, the fact that he's keeping this from us when he said he's going to give them, it's just, for me, it is screaming deceit, and it is screaming, he's just making himself look guilty, but that's just my personal opinion.
Shane, what if his name is in there? Does it really mean anything? Is it going to resonate with the MAGA supporters who have been the real voice behind release the files, and Pam Bondi's saying now that those files are ready to be released after they meet Ghislaine?
I'm kind of in two minds. One, I think his part of me goes, his name definitely has to be in there, because he's a reality TV star. He was like a socialite. He was a real estate mogul. So if he wasn't sort of chasing the new guy on the block who was throwing money around, I'd be surprised. But even if his name is in there, that doesn't mean he was up to anything sort of
nefarious. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So, but then if you think about it, he has always called for other presidents. Do you remember the whole Obama birth certificate row? And he was the one that was advocating that. So. And that was kind of seen as slightly ridiculous. He was pushing for Hillary Clinton's emails to come out. So I think it's a little bit sort of double standards now that he's kind of saying this. But remember when we were talking earlier, like, is this a diversion tactic? It just occurred to me that maybe is this the diversion tactic to keep us away from something else that's going on that we're not avoiding?
Conspiracies within conspiracies.
Exactly.
I don't know how many stories the Trump administration can have. How many plates can you spin at one time? Because, and we'll get into this in a second, but we currently have the MLK files, against his family's wishes, might we add, have been released. The JFK files are still hanging around a bit as well. Now we've got the Columbia University issue, which we'll talk about in just a second. There's many, many different things that are there. There's a lot, I guess. The DOJ, Elena, is going to meet Ghislaine Maxwell today. Could anything come of that? Now, her brother's been speaking to the press in the UK, and I should point out he's concerned for her safety, and probably with good reason as well.
Absolutely. I am shocked that she is still alive. I really am. I mean, the fact that so many people surrounding this case, surrounding Epstein, are no longer with us, and if they're missing as well. A lot of people have died and gone missing within this case, and she was one of the most closest people to Epstein. So the fact that she's still here, I can't believe she is. Of course, like you just said, Jono, her brother isn't good, you know.
You would be worried.
You would be absolutely terrified.
And we've seen the videos. I'm sure you've seen the videos from Jeffrey Epstein's cell, and there's all this time that's missing. So you have to worry and be like, as a family member for Ghislaine Maxwell, yes, she's a convicted criminal, but you still have to be concerned. Why is this meeting happening now?
Yeah.
What do you think they'll talk about?
I mean, perhaps, again, with the conspiracies, there's so many things you could say here, but perhaps, you know, Trump is concerned that his name is in the files. You know, he is on that list. His name is. So maybe they're doing some kind of deal where he's saying, do you know what, I will keep you safe if you keep my name out of your mouth. Perhaps.
But yeah, don't you think that there's been so many documentaries made about Epstein, and I've watched all of them. His name is not confirmed one way or the other. Like, there's been other high-profile names, you know, who I won't go into now because I don't want to get sued. But you know, it's become established that they were there. But I think the problem with this is that the longer he holds out, it's going to be a bit like the sort of Clinton-Lewinsky affair, where it's not really the incident, it's sort of the cover-up and the aftermath of it. So I think if his name is on it, just release it, and then we can all move on. But which now has made me think that this is a diversion tactic for something that we need to start digging around in the White House that's going on at the moment.
Or his name is not in there, and you'd mentioned this earlier on, in true Trump fashion, FOMO. Maybe he's annoyed that he's not mentioned in there as somebody who travelled back and forth to the island for whatever reason it may have been, on business or otherwise. He might be thinking, well,
yeah, maybe he just doesn't want to be embarrassed to go, like, of all of these famous people that were there and he didn't get invited, and he's just still bitter about that.
I'm sure he was top of the invite list.
But also, I think even if his name is there, I don't think it'll damage him. Like, I did find a survey that was from Reuters a week ago saying that 2/3 of Americans were saying that the White House is hiding something. But at the same time, even if it comes out, there has been so many things. How many times has he been impeached? I think twice. It hasn't damaged him. He got re-elected. So I actually genuinely think this will be sort of old news.
He's invincible.
Yeah.
Again, a good question, though, Elena. Is he the Teflon president? We've seen in the last couple of days he's now taking Wall Street Journal to court over the birthday message to Jeffrey Epstein. We've seen so many other things come to light. And the go-to is, I'm going to take you to court for it. Barack Obama taking him to court for treason charges, and that obviously is still in the pipeline. Is he the Teflon president? Nothing manages to stick to him, in a bad way at least.
I mean, I think he's the kind of king of magicians here, isn't he? And he's a showman. He's always really good at distracting, you know, his audience, which is the general public, you know, the world. And I think this is just another distraction ploy, another tactic of his, I think, you know?
Well, time will tell. He's promised to release all the Epstein-related files. Pam Bondi, the DOJ, saying that the files are ready to be released. There are some concerns that perhaps there'll be redacted names in there to protect victims' identities, and time will tell when we get a final update on that, I'm sure. Thank you both so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to our next story. The United Nations and Israel are trading blame over the deepening hunger crisis in Gaza as aid groups warn of mass starvation. Israel says it's allowing enough aid into the Strip and actually accuses the United Nations of failing to collect it. But the UN says Israeli restrictions, bombings and bureaucracy are all preventing deliveries. Meanwhile, the death toll from malnutrition continues to rise, with over 100 aid agencies calling the situation catastrophic. Earlier, I spoke to Leanne David Pollock, who is the International Strategy Advisor and the co-founder of the Israeli Coalition for Regional Security. I asked her if Israel felt in any way responsible for the malnutrition deaths. Have a listen.
The Israelis care about the civilian population in Gaza and does not want to see them suffer. We are not at war with them. We are at war with Hamas, that still is refusing to release 50 hostages, 20 out of which are alive and are being kept underground under the most terrible conditions over 650 days. And what we're seeing now today is that even after the intensive negotiations that has been going on in Doha for the last few weeks, Hamas is just raising the bar every single time and then basically forcing us all to continue this terrible situation. The vast majority of Israelis are looking for a ceasefire, or want a ceasefire, want this war to end, and do not want to see any Gazan population being hurt. And the realities on the ground are as such that, you know, the Gaza Humanitarian Fund was established in order to separate Hamas from the civilian population, because of course Hamas, what it does, it steals the trucks, it steals the aid. No one single Hamas terrorist is missing out on a meal. Let's say it this way. And Hamas wants to see its own population suffering.
That is Leanne David Pollock speaking to me earlier from Tel Aviv. And Shane, we heard there as well the phrase that was uttered: most Israelis want to see a ceasefire here. Not all Israelis is what was referenced. Shane, the blame game between Israel and the UN over the aid getting through to Gaza, it's got wildly different figures. We've been getting them from both sides. 600 trucks a day, that's what the UN said they need. 60 trucks a day is what's getting through, if even that. So who is actually to blame here for the lack of aid?
Well, luckily, I always try and stay on the fence with this sort of story, but I think on this one, you can't really be on the fence with it. It's clearly the blame has to lie with Israel. They're like the sovereign country in the region. They've got the backing of the US. They've got a massive superpower. If they wanted to get that aid in, it could definitely be done. So I'm sorry, I have to sort of put the blame with them. And what she was saying, that it may be Hamas, that soldiers that are taking some of the aid. In my personal opinion, I would think if you send the aid in, and even if half it is taken, half it then goes to the population of Gaza who are starving. And before I came out, I was looking at the pictures that was on the front of all the British newspapers of the disgraceful pictures.
Yeah.
So I think even if only half the food gets through to them, it's better than zero. So I think, unfortunately, Israel needs to take the blame on this one 100%.
Elena, the pictures that we're seeing, they're harrowing. 100 people since the start of this week from malnutrition. That is a very sad statistic. The WHO and the PNGO have both said they can't get any aid through. The US and the EU haven't really come back and said anything today, at least, in terms of this, aside from the UK saying that it has been described as grotesque. Yeah. But words are one thing, actions are something else entirely.
Of course, like talking, right, aren't they, for a long time now? And the pressure is just mounting, as it always is in this situation. And unless there is a fundamental shift, those in power, they're just going to prioritise the humanitarian law over political pressure. Tragically, the deaths are going to continue from the starvation, but not just the starvation at this point. It's the dirty water, the waste, it's the disease that's happening in Gaza.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. There's going to be so many more issues down the line as well. And Shane, just on a stat from this as well, the debris from the attack in Gaza, 53 million tonnes, that's what's there, and that's currently. And someday, hopefully someday soon, when a ceasefire is reached and when a peace deal is signed, Gaza is going to need to be rebuilt. And I guess the question is, the task now seems almost impossible, but definitely daunting.
Yeah, it's daunting, but I think it's definitely possible. We've seen sort of other warfares where, then afterwards, the Allies have had all of these donor drives. We're seeing it right this week with Syria, where there's billions being promised from sort of Arab leaders. We've seen it with Ukraine and Europe. So I think, and I remember I went to Libya quite soon afterwards, and that was completely rubble, and it's not quite back on its feet. But I think definitely you will definitely see these donor drives that will come back, or it'll just be a lovely Riviera on the coast.
You have to see what's been believed. But Elena, there's aid getting through being one issue, and the lack of it. But then there's the completely destroyed, uninhabitable areas that we're seeing in Gaza right now, on a scale that, like you rightly said, Shane, we haven't seen stuff like this before, certainly on the level that we're seeing right now. A huge amount of additional aid is going to be needed. So when this is finally reaching a ceasefire and finally reaching some sort of a peace deal, the world is going to have to unite to try to get into Gaza and to help these people out.
I mean, it's just, like you just said, we've never witnessed anything of this magnitude in our life. The sadness, the disgust is it's just beyond, really. And I think a lot of us feel so frustrated, right? Because we're just sat here and there's so much we obviously want to do and we cannot do. So,
we're helpless. You feel helpless.
We're completely helpless. So moving forward, when this is all over, hopefully, very soon, what else can we do?
And I mean, I think we take it back to in the 90s, and there was many an occasion in the 90s where there was war-torn countries that required the West to assist them. There was famines that were taking place, because what we're dealing with now is a situation whereby there is no livestock. You've got the entire population living inside about 12% of the habitable zone inside the country. There will have to be a complete overhaul, and I think it will have to be the entire world coming to the defence of Gaza, which I'm sure is something that will happen.
And also, I think it should move quicker. There was a couple of weeks ago we were talking about sort of the Israel-Iran war, and America moved very fast on that, and I think it's been quite slow to move on Gaza, and I think it's time that it sort of stood up to the mark. And also I think it's other countries need to move faster on it. And like I saw a great interview that was done with Bob Geldof, who, was the 40 years since Live Aid. So you kind of think this sort of famine stuff has been going on, and we've for 4 decades now. But the difference, as he pointed out with Live Aid, it was a catastrophe of geography, while in Gaza this is a purely man-made famine that is avoidable.
And no place is safe, Shane, I guess, on that as well. The last stronghold where medical aid was available was Dar al-Balah, and the IDF have gone in there as well. The last functioning hospital was in there, so people are being killed waiting for aid. We have that confirmed from various different agencies, and the WHO, even their warehouse, was attacked as well. Now journalists are not allowed in there to see that. We know that has been the case for a while, but even the journalists who are on the ground, Palestinian journalists, and BBC, Reuters and many more are saying this, are starving. Yeah. They are standing in line for food and being attacked while waiting to get aid. So that's a concern as well, Ellen, right?
Of course. I mean, they're sent in, they want to go and do their job to the best of their ability, and they're fainting, passing out and, dying, losing their lives as well. The BBC have just released a joint statement alongside news agencies AP and AFP, and they've said to allow the journalists in and out of Gaza. And their full statement is, we desperately are concerned for our journalists in Gaza who are increasingly unable to feed themselves and their families. For many months, these independent journalists have been the world's eyes and ears on the grounds of Gaza, and they are now facing the same dire circumstances as those that they are covering, and they're just begging Israel to allow the journalists in and out of Gaza.
And when we spoke to Leanne earlier, we pitched that to her because they are protected under international law. Journalists are protected. But my question was simple. If Israel has got nothing to hide and say that Hamas are the ones who are taking the aid, why not allow in journalists from around the world to go in there and have that protection?
Yeah, that's the big question, because the thing is, when you've got a vacuum like that, you kind of then assume that Israel's not letting them in because they're up to things that they don't want to see the world to see. But also, as a strategy, it doesn't work, because then Hamas's propaganda then gets easily spread, and there's no way for the BBC or Reuters for anyone to verify which is which. But when it also comes down to it, I looked at a stat that 200 media professionals have been killed in Gaza since October 7th, and 70% of all journalists that died last year were in Gaza. That's like a crazy statistics when you look at it on a global level.
It's beyond worrying, it's beyond concerning, but in saying that the journalists who are on the ground, we are running the risk of them dying from starvation or malnutrition as well. So there is the question that has to be asked, what has been done? And we asked earlier to Leanne, and she said, of course Israel wants to support anyone who's on there. They don't want to see civilians' lives being taken, and that's the feeling of most, but not all Israelis.
And it just beggars belief. Like, we live in a world that's all about optics, and you kind of think, is there nobody advising Israel, saying that your global sort of brand, Israel, is completely gone down the toilet? Like, when this war is over, who is going to want to trade or have any kind of relationship with Israel other than possibly the US?
But if that was going to be the case, surely by now the US and the EU would already have cut ties completely. But they haven't done that, which would indicate that one is reliant on the other, or all three are reliant on each other to have this trifecta of power that needs to stay going. So the trade will continue post-war, I imagine.
Yeah, exactly.
That is my concern. Well, thank you both so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to our next story. A new advert for a holiday destination in Canada has gone viral this week for its warm depiction between Americans and Canadians. The ad shows a Canadian hotel concierge hugging an American tourist, a far cry from the somewhat frosty relationship between the two leaders. Have a look at this.
Bonjour, est-ce que je peux vous aider?
Sorry, I don't speak French. I'm just visiting.
Well, then welcome to Canada's Eastern Townships. Where are you visiting from?
I'm American.
Ah, okay. Bonjour, est-ce que je peux vous aider?
Sorry.
Get me on a flight now. Elena, US tourism to Canada seems to be down. 11%, by the way, which is quite a lot. Is politics really affecting people's travel choices?
I mean, typically, 80% of some visitors are American in Canada, so that's a massive loss there. Of course, it's down to, the reputation of their neighbouring country right now. When I saw that advert, that commercial, I know this is going off topic a little bit, but just as a woman watching that, I was a little creeped out because the fact that this lady who's working behind the reception desk there, and a man comes in a room alone, there's no one in the room, then she hugs him. And the fact that she, when he says, I'm American, she instantly pushes the panic button. Well, it's not actually the panic button.
No, it's the hug button.
It's the button to kind of open the door to let her. But it looks like, when you're in a jeweler's and there's, a robber, a burglar comes in, you push the panic button. It looks like that's what she's doing.
Yeah. What was uncomfortable? Was it because she came out to hug him? Is because the optics the other way around would be far worse had it been a male concierge and a female guest. That, I think, would have been a worse picture.
For me, it's just, it's the whole thing is just creepy. It makes me feel uncomfortable. And I don't think it's done the US any favours. I know that it was meant to, but I don't think it happened.
Yeah, I'm not a hugger either. I don't think I would be happy with that.
I am a hugger, but this, made even me feel uncomfortable. But again, it's that Canadian, warm hospitality.
Yeah.
They're trying to show, we're friends, there's nothing wrong, don't be embarrassed, you're American. But it makes the American actor in this look creepy. To me, that's just my opinion.
Also, I think that's unrealistic. I think Americans aren't ashamed to be American.
Well, I mean, rarely. I've yet to meet American tourists who's outwardly been ashamed to be American. I think they're very proud of where they're from. Yeah. Shane, there's a lot of water under the bridge. Canadian and American citizens can agree on that, I'm sure. Tariff taunts between Trump and between Canada as well and Mark Carney. Yeah. They're only months to go. Canada needed this campaign, maybe, in order to try and get American tourists back inside, do you think?
Yes, I definitely think they did need it because, as you said, the numbers are down 11%. I would have thought it would be sort of even more because MAGA makes up like 50% of the population. So I thought they would have stopped going there. But then when you think about it, where else are Americans going to go? They're not very popular in most parts of the world at the moment. And I think, like, if you go to America, at least, like, the language is kind of the same unless you go to Quebec, because that's obviously going to French. The language, the food is generally all the same. So I think this campaign will probably resonate and will have an effect. But I do think they made a mistake by having him embarrassed to be American. I don't think... I think that was probably...
You don't think that will resonate with the American audience?
No, I think they should have left that little bit out. I think whoever was coming up with the campaign... it was probably from the Canadian side. They should have really gotten into the more mindset of the MAGA people who are... But then maybe most of them don't have passports. I'm not really sure. So.
I'm not going to stereotype on that one and say that for sure, but it is, as you say, half the country are technically Trump supporters, so you have to keep that in mind as well. 11% of a drop, I guess, is not the worst, but it works both ways, Elaine, and this is Canadian tourism is also to the US down by 33%. So maybe the US needs to do a similar campaign where they're embracing a Canadian.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not. You know how I feel about that, Jono. But I mean, 33%, it's not just a blip, right?
Yeah.
That's a big number. Can I blame the Canadians? I would say, personally, again, no. The gun crime, the visa issues, the whole tone of the country of the US at the moment is very low and it's very negative. It's not somewhere that you would like to go for a holiday because you might not be safe,
Okay, but there is still, there's, and to take into consideration, they're still neighbours. And there's that sense of community. We've seen recently Franco-British relations have been on the increase after the official visit to the UK by the French president and his wife. Also, Germanic and Franco relations are back on the table once again. So I guess, Shane, it's important to keep your neighbours close enough and in your bosom of kind care. And that's what maybe Canada and the US need to do to each other. I
would agree to some extent. I looked up the numbers to see, are there any other tourists going to Canada in any significant numbers? Weirdly, there's a load of Italians going there. I don't know, that seems like an anomaly. But also Chinese are going, which makes sense because the Chinese are probably not that fond of America at the moment. So, or sort of North America in general. So I think it's interesting that when you look at that, but the US makes up 3/4 of Canada, so even a little blip in America's going has a big impact on the Canadian economy. But at the same time, there's only a couple more years of Trump, and I think we might have a Democrat, in after that. So I think that will sort of balance things out. But a colleague of mine today wrote a story looking at mass tourism in general, and we look at what's happening in Barcelona, a lot of the Mediterranean. So there is a theory to go that maybe less tourists are good in some way.
Look, Canada are very close from Mark Carney's confrontation with President Trump, where he said, look, we are not for sale, basically. Much akin to the Greenland conversation, the 51st state that would have been Canada, that argument is now out the window. But I think that might run a little bit deeper. And it's safe to say, because even in Canada, they changed Americanos to Canadianos, which is crazy. But that's not that long ago. So maybe we're just seeing the knock-on effect from that now. Is that what's happening?
Perhaps. But as well, the cost of living, you know, globally, the cost of living is a real thing. A lot of people aren't travelling now.
Yes.
Maybe that's something to take into account.
Yeah, I would like to see how many people from Canada are actually going on vacation versus this time last year, because it is a huge financial burden. So that, you think the reason might actually be nothing to do with the whole Mark Carney, Donald Trump issue?
I mean, even if they're not flying, if they're taking cheaper means of transport, they're having to take time off their work, take the kids away.
Like Canadian staycations, American staycations.
It's all expense, right? So perhaps the cost of living crisis as well has something to do with this campaign. But again, I just think the marketing people behind this, maybe don't do the hugs next time.
So it's effectively, it's not really that there was an issue in Canada in the first place, but seeing an advert like this, does this make you think, I do or I don't want to go to Canada? Has this influenced you in any way towards a future decision, if there was any, to go visit Canada based upon their hospitality that you can see, who I've several times said, Canadians, nicest people in the world?
I have family in Canada and I love Canada. So I will always be very happy to
I've
visit.
been to that part of Canada, to Newfoundland, and they have a strange sort of Irish accent, actually, so I quite enjoyed it.
That was just Jono.
Yeah,
no, but that is true. Newfoundland, one of the places famously where some of the immigrant ships had landed, and they weren't entirely sure where they were, and the accent has kind of rubbed off in that part of the world, so I wouldn't sound too out of place had I gone to Canada, except with the hugging thing, which I definitely would not have been comfortable
Well, they should cast you in the next commercial. You'd be much better.
Let's not push it out there.
It's only 3.5 hours from Ireland.
It's absolutely fine. We'll move on to our last stories for this evening. Shane and Alana have come up with some quirky stories for today. Shane, we'll turn to you first. The ultimate karaoke song has been scientifically proven now. Tell us.
Right, so I'm renowned for my karaoke bad tunes, and I've been told I'm a terrible singer, but we won't go into that. So Oxford University mathematician Dr. Tom Crawford. So this is like a proper one. This is not just someone on Dubai 92 asking for a vote.
Sorry, Dr. Tom Crawford, who specialises in karaoke.
No, he's a mathematician. So he came up with a what would you call it, a theory of what makes the best karaoke song. And I don't really agree with all of his elements to it, but it's on the number of verses, the repetition of the chords, and the beats per minute, and the year of the song. And he came up with the top 10. I'll go through them. Living on a Prayer by Bon Jovi is number 1. I Want to Dance with Somebody by Whitney Houston. Don't Look Back in Anger, Oasis. I think that's probably gone a bit higher because of the recent concerts. Man, I Feel Like a Woman, Shania Twain. 500 Miles, The Proclaimers. Gimme, Gimme, Gimme a Man After Midnight by ABBA. Unwritten, Natasha Bedingfield. Someone Like You, Adele. Wannabe, Spice Girls, and then rounding at the top 10 is Let Me Love You by Mario.
Curveball. Some of those tracks that are in there, you don't have to do any of the work because the crowd will do it for you when you're singing.
Yeah.
So I can see where they're inside the top 10.
Yeah.
And then some others in there, a little bit tricky to hit the high notes.
Yeah, I think like Whitney Houston being number 2, I'm quite surprised about, because I don't think anyone can really replicate that.
Absolutely
or Adele
not.
really, or too much. I think the Spice Girls, because already the barometer's quite low on that one.
How very dare you. Best girl band ever.
A gang up in the studio. Elena, what's your go-to karaoke track? As a matter of interest.
It's actually Salt and Pepper Shoop.
Did not see that one coming out of nowhere. Shane?
I love a rap.
Zombie by the Cranberries, I have done probably 100 times.
Tricky to do that one, I think.
It is, but you can get people to shout over it, and it's quite good.
Great idea. You should pick something that's nice and low. Santana Smooth. You can't go wrong with it because it's low enough that anyone can sing with and everyone can sing along with. And it's easier when the lyrics are on the screen.
Out of the list, what would yours be, though, at the top 10?
500 Miles, Proclaimers. Like, everyone gets... You want a song, if you're a really bad singer like me, where everyone will sort of get in on the chorus, so then it'll over sort of your voice and it won't be too...
So Living on a Prayer, 500 Miles, perfect suggestions. Elena, finally moving to your story. This $6 million banana is back to the table once again, and I would have thought by now that it would have been a rotten mess in a bin somewhere.
Absolutely not. It's thriving, really. So the most expensive art piece in the world, or one of, is, like you say, $6.2 million. And it's called The Comedian. That's what the art piece is called. Maurizio Cattalane, that is the artist. And it's exhibited currently in 3 art galleries around the world, one of which is in France. And a couple of weeks back, someone a visitor to the art gallery decided to eat the banana, and it was okay. The art gallery staff were okay. The security were quite calm about it all. But back in November, Justin Sung, a very, very wealthy individual, bought this art piece of the comedian for $6.2 million. He as well ate the banana. But that wasn't really what intrigued me about Justin Sung. He wants to speak to Elon Musk to get the comedian art piece taped to one of the spacecrafts that Elon has and send it into space. So it'll be a banana taped with duct tape to the side of a spacecraft.
Wow. So the banana changes, right? Or because it gets eaten, it's replaced with another banana?
Yes, of course. So by the instruction of Maurizio, the artist here, he said, yes, you can, at your own discretion, you can change the banana.
So what's the art then? Is the art the duct tape, or is the art the installation, or I don't get art. What's the art?
The art is how you perceive it, Jono, however you want to perceive it, right? Although Maurizio did say that he was disappointed, the visitor in the French gallery, he was disappointed that he didn't eat the peel and the tape. He just ate the banana.
Because it's tape. And the peel.
Yeah. It also has the accolade of
clever though, because
the
now
most
we're talking
eaten
about it, right?
Right.
So I guess that's the idea of art, Shane, get people talking, right?
Well, exactly. That's part of me thinks like this is ridiculous. It's just a banana. But then, like you said, we're all talking about it. But I don't know whether that's worth 6.24 million. But as I was saying, it has the accolade of the most eaten artwork of the last 30 years. So, you know, we all need to come up with some sort of culinary piece of art.
What was the runner-up for that? What was the second most eaten artwork is the big question.
I mean, and as well, so the artist, Maurizio, he was the artist who did the 18-karat gold toilet seat, you know, functional toilet seat. So the fact that he's gone from, like, such lavishness to such basicness, I really quite like that. And again, it just gets you talking, right?
Well, we've spoken about it, and I love the story. Thank you both for your stories today. Loved them. Thank you so much to our guests, Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and to presenter and actress Elena Wallace as well. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for joining us. That's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can follow us on X, as always. G&T with Micheál Prendergast is coming up next, and he's spoken to Trump's former congressman, George Santos, the day before he goes to jail for wire fraud. Don't miss that interview next. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Chicago. Chicago, the Windy City. There's just anything and everything to do about town. Need a lowdown of the top spots in Chicago? Nestled along the shores of Lake Michigan, the city has become a destination known for its vibrant art scene, cultural attractions, excellent shopping, and majestic architecture. The city's art and architecture takes cues from 20th century design. Architects Louis Sullivan and Frank Lloyd Wright, and artists like Picasso, Miro, Dubuffet, and Chagall are the known design mavens who've beautified the city. There's the Art Institute of Chicago, a world-class museum that holds thousands of art masterpieces. Its collection dates from thousands of years back, including paintings, prints, photography, sculptures, and even architectural drawings, textiles, and decorative art. Surely a feat for the eyes. Impressionist and post-impressionist paintings, including Georges Seurat's 1884 A Sunday Afternoon on La Grande Jatte, Renoir's 1879 Acrobats at the Cirque Fernando, and numerous paintings by Claude Monet are among the popular ones in the museum. The city isn't short of spectacular sports events too. There's the Chicago Bears in American football, the Chicago White Sox and Cubs in baseball, and who wouldn't forget the Chicago Bulls in basketball? The Millennium Park is also a hip place to visit, being a venue for many creative events. The park has a pavilion for outdoor concerts, an interactive fountain, plus a huge garden and plaza. Chicago also boasts of the famous Michigan Avenue, one of the most attractive boulevards in the U.S. Here, you will chance upon rows and rows of galleries, boutiques, and luxury shops. People often drop by the Wrigley Building, the famous Tribune Tower, and the John Hancock Center. The Navy Pier, which dates back to 1916, is another famous tourist spot. It's got up to 50 acres of gardens, attractions, restaurants, shops, concert venues, botanical gardens, and parks. There's a huge Ferris wheel and a carousel too. There's a 3D IMAX theater and the Chicago Shakespeare Theater for classical performances. The pier is most known for its sightseeing tours and excursions. Better catch one during your visit. Last but not least are the destinations for learning. Visit the Museum of Science and Industry or the Field Museum of Natural History for some educational fun. Boston. What do you know about Boston? Boston is the capital city of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the United States, and the largest too, being about 48 square miles or 124 square kilometers in size, and an estimated population of about 667,137 residents. With that, Boston becomes the largest city in New England and comes in as the 23rd largest city in the United States. Boston is a city for those with a knack for history. It's always interesting to explore, but aside from that, you can appreciate it for its mix of offerings. You can enjoy the view of the skyline or its many art galleries and museums. Take a walk in the many parks or, of course, the prime tourist spots. Probably the most popular are their nautical tours and historical legends that we're here to find out more about. The city is filled with historical sites that are quite easy to discover. There's the Freedom Trail. There's Paul Revere's home. These sites are all reflective of the Great Revolution, where one will be reminded of America's incredible history. Next, of course, are the museums, which are easily accessible throughout the city. Here you'll come across a mix of fine arts, history, and scientific discoveries. There's the famous Charles River just near the Science Museum, as well as the Boston Public Library and Copley Square, among others. Popular tourist attractions are, of course, part of the city. Boston has got a great outdoor space that's home to many entertainment events. Tourists and locals alike enjoy the happenings that are held here. You can choose from a lot of various activities, from seeing the historic churches to visiting the sea animals or the Fenway Park. Take your pick. And then there are the friendly neighborhoods. It's what makes the city of Boston unique. Each area has its own identity and mix of history, cuisine, attractions, and urban scenery. You can enjoy strolling through the different areas and see everything from brownstones to skyscrapers. Last but not the least, the city is also famous for its diverse culinary offerings. They have dim sum in Chinatown and authentic Mexican food in Fort Point. Then there's also the incredibly good homemade Italian food in the North End. Each boasts of distinct tastes that make up the uniquely diverse Boston city. Washington. So much to do, so much to see in Washington, D.C. The city is considered one of the most popular tourist destinations in the United States. It's got historical landmarks, parks, and neighborhoods, each with a mix of attractions and activities to offer. The national monuments are definitely must-sees in D.C. Popular ones are the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson Memorial and Vietnam Memorial, and the World War II Memorial. These are places that say a lot about the country's history and national heroes. Washington, D.C. has got up to 19 museums that cover subjects from art to space exploration. There are also interactive exhibitions on schedule that's fit for the entire family to enjoy. The 3 houses of the government are also key places to visit. These are the White House, the Capitol, and the Supreme Court. Impressive buildings on the outside, these are also places for you to understand about the U.S. government and history. Meanwhile, in Georgetown, you'll find a shopper's paradise. It is considered DC's historic waterfront that's always busy with activity. Aside from the shopping, the place is lined with restaurants too. You'll find one of every cuisine practically known to the world. And then, of course, there are the majestic views. The Potomac River is a favorite as well. Definitely worth the stroll around the city. Washington, D.C. also has its own historic park. It offers a nice recluse from the busy city life. You can simply take a stroll around, go biking or kayaking, or you can take a tour and learn about its history. The National Park also serves as venue for all things music: pop, country, folk, blues, orchestra, dance, theater, and opera. You name it, they've got it. The place is also known for hosting innovative performance art and multimedia presentations there. For a taste of the city's culture, catch a theatrical production at the JFK Center for Performing Arts. You'll definitely witness entertainment at its finest. Aside from the shows, there are guided tours as well, where you'll explore the paintings, sculptures, and other works of art around the center. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then, there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today here on Al Arabiya English with me, your host, Michal Prendergast. Coming up on today's show, I've got an exclusive interview with disgraced former Congressman George Santos just days before his 87-month prison sentence for fraud. We'll also be joined by Shark Tank star and business heavyweight Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful himself, for all the latest on the markets. And finally, I'll be joined by Republican strategist Angie Wong for an up-to-date look at the world of American politics. My first guest is former Congressman George Santos. He's just one day away from beginning an 87-month federal prison sentence for wire fraud and embezzlement. He joins us now to speak about how he's preparing for life behind bars and what might come next. So, George, thanks so much for your time. How I'd like to start this by asking, how are you prepared physically and mentally for your prison sentence?
How as good as one can prepare. I think that's the best way I can say this. The reality is one can never prepare for such an abrupt change in life. So definitely not the easiest task at hand.
And in terms of prison, have you any idea of what kind of prison you're going to? Is it going to be a low? Is it going to be a medium?
So the facility I'm going to has been redesignated as a camp, which is, I guess, the easiest you can go to. And I was made aware of that a week ago.
And are you glad by that fact?
I mean, I'm not glad to be going to prison, if I'm being completely honest, but it's a big upgrade from the medium designation that I had earlier received. So it's a step in a better direction, I guess, and of all the impossibly horrible things.
I seen you tweeted recently, "I'm not suicidal." What prompted you to make such a public statement like that?
Well, there's a very large track record of gay men only having a 40% survivability rate in federal custody due to the poor management of BOP keeping inmates safe. So I just wanted that to be very clear. And then there's also the political nature of that, which people that don't shut up, if for the lack of a better term, we tend to be silenced. So I wanted to draw a line for the American people and for the whole world, quite frankly, to know. And I'm glad that folks across the world are paying attention and they get to see this, because you just never know in the world we live in.
And how are your friends and family taking it at the moment? At your parents, at your siblings?
Oh, it's rough because I'm being incarcerated for something that no other member of Congress has been incarcerated for, which are FEC violations that were spun up and souped up by the Biden DOJ and Merrick Garland, designed to quite literally step on my neck. So it's frustrating. It's a mixture of angry, sad. It's just an entire disrupted family at this point. And I understand I put myself in this predicament, but I think there's no equal application of justice at the moment.
Are you remorseful?
That's an understatement, right? A lot of people keep saying, oh, he's not remorseful. Remorse, yes, I have tons of remorse. I'm remorseful I ever got involved in politics. I'm remorseful that I got involved and caught up with the wrong people. I'm remorseful for some of the insanely irresponsible decisions I made and actions I condoned. So yes, I'm terribly remorseful. Am I going to silence myself and not share my opinion? Absolutely not. So the two things can be true at the same time, but it seems that a remorseful person should essentially go away and be silent. And I disagree on that.
And say after the sentence, how do you view your life? I believe you're sentenced to 87 months. Of course, with good behavior, you should be out in 3.5 years or so. How do you see life after prison?
You know, that's a question I keep asking myself quite regularly. I'm having a hard time seeing past it. There's just a very dark sense that this is kind of the end of the road. But in a hypothetical here, and I'll indulge you, if there were to be, life after prison, I would say I look at it as an opportunity for growth. I want to engage, and I've already had tons of discussions around the subject. I want to engage in government transparency and really build a life and a legacy of exposing fraud, corruption, abuse inside of the federal government, specifically with elected officials, so the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. And I'm going to dedicate the rest of my life, if given the opportunity, to do that, because I think it's become too partisan, the watchdog groups. I think it should be equally applied across the board, not in a partisan fashion.
in much the same way as in Catch Me If You Can. There was a con man who was very successful, was arrested and imprisoned, and afterwards actually worked for the FBI. So you're saying that you would like to have a similar career path once you're out?
I wouldn't. Believe it or not, I've never watched Catch Me If You Can. But that being said, I'm sure Leonardo DiCaprio did a great job there. But I will say that in a similar sense, I just want to focus on transparency. I believe the truth will set us free as a whole, as human beings. And I think that that's a great priority for me to make up for some of my poor choices in the past.
And are you going to write a book after prison? Is that something that you'd like to do?
If given the opportunity, I'd love to write a book. I have so many stories to tell. I have so many experiences to share. And I have really a guide and a manual mindset of do's and don'ts for aspiring young politicians. Hey, how not to go to prison but still run for Congress. How to make a difference while running for Congress and create a people-oriented campaign versus a generic establishment campaign that you see so many others engage in. So there's a lot of opportunities, trials and tribulations, personal life stories, experiences in Congresses, and how to run for office. I don't even know if I can just do it in one book.
Turning back to the prison sentence itself, how afraid are you of the potential consequences inside for your personal safety?
It's a great question because it's something that I've taken very serious. We made a motion to the United States District Court Judge, Joanna Seibert, during sentencing that we would like protected custody, just for the fact that I'm a polarizing figure. I'm a former congressman who voted on hard-hitting bills, specifically bills who have landed some folks in the predicament of being my cellmates or, my fellow prison guard companions or whatever you call them. And that creates a severe, opportunity for reprisal. And it's something we've asked, but it's been denied. The system has been gung-ho on just really making it as difficult and uncomfortable for me. There's really no difference between the Merrick Garland DOJ and the Pamela Bondi DOJ at this point, to respect in my case. It's been rubber stamped from one DOJ to the other. Same prosecutor, same people, no difference.
Of course, I have to go back on you there, George, as well. Obviously, you did commit wire fraud. You did commit embezzlement. How about for the victims? What are your words for them?
I've squared this away in my brain, and I've just put out there a sincere apology. I know there's a lot of sensational reporting around the amounts involved here from my campaign and the amounts of losses. I reckon, to say this, this entire prosecution stems from $55,000 of misuse of campaign funds, which is, I'm not saying common, but not atypical, specifically for first-time candidates. But then to add insult to injury, for 2 checks, too many, of $564 each of unemployment during the pandemic. So essentially, they built an entire case, forced me to give money back to the National Party. There's a victim, the National Republican Congressional Committee, who, to their own statement, says they were not victims of mine, that the money they spent on my campaign was essentially quite standard for a candidate who was polling like I was, $230-somewhat thousand. I'm forced to pay that back. So I know that the sensational nature of the entire case and the way it was reported in the media and the way the DOJ meticulously, presented it makes people believe that I fleeced people for hundreds of thousands of dollars, when in reality it was really campaign finance misuse. There's no instance of me taking a person's credit card and going shopping. That is also a falsehood that's been perpetrated as truth, and quite easily explained if the entirety of the case is to be read. But I do apologize for those supporters and those donors and everybody who I hurt, who I betrayed and felt betrayed by me. Not a day goes by that I do not regret my actions, regret my behavior, and that I sit at home and don't contemplate and ponder, what the hell have I done to me and to everyone else?
Yes, and you do admit, even though, as you said, it may have been at $56,000, or even if it was $500, it's still a crime. So you are remorseful.
Of course. Absolutely. Look, the best thing for a person to do is to self-reflect, look in the mirror, and understand you've done wrong. My entire issue, and I bring great issue, is the application of justice is just not equal. It's heavy-handed. Just easily look back in history, and you'll see that comparing what they alleged against me versus other people is similar statute and stature have not come close to a 7-year sentence.
Will you ask President Trump for a pardon?
I have already done that.
What was his response?
I don't think it made it to the president. Unfortunately, gatekeepers have blockaded for ever getting to the president. And in large part because I did not spend time in D.C. making friends. Quite the contrary. I didn't care to make friends because I was there to serve the people. And it led to me rubbing a lot of people off the wrong way. And now they're, as they say, the chickens are coming home to roost. And they're taking advantage of my predicament to settle petty scores. And I never made it to the president. I got stonewalled by the gatekeepers.
And what did you write to him?
You know, I would be very, very inclined and keen to share with you guys the full pardon application so you guys are able to report on it. But it's essentially outlining the discrepancies in my case, the overly charged case, the overzealous political sentence, which in most cases would result in maybe a probationary sentence or, 18-month incarceratory sentence. But instead, they souped up and ignored Supreme Court rulings such as the Deepening decision to make a stretch on identity theft, which is quite laughable the way they go about it, and ignore precedent by the Supreme Court. But at the end, I just outlined the merits of the case. It doesn't come down to loyalty or politics. It really comes down to the merits of the case and the violations of the DOJ throughout the case.
So what day exactly are you going to prison?
That's Friday, tomorrow, Friday the 25th of July. I have to surrender by the 2 p.m. mark at the facility I've been designated to.
And I've heard you say online as well that 30% of your face is filler. Now, I know a lot of these aesthetic kind of medicine, if you will, it needs to be topped up. It needs to be kind of looked after and manicured. How do you think that's going to affect your face in 4 years when you come out of prison?
Let me put it this way. My aesthetics are the least of my worry. That's something so easily fixed within a day after being out. So I'm not worried about that. I'm more worried about my mental health. We can fix the outside if it's broken. Modern medicine has afforded us that, but the inside, the spiritual, the mental, the psyche is what I'm most concerned about. I could care less about everything else.
George Santos, a former congressman, thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
And now we're turning to business news, where I'm joined by Kevin O'Leary. It's Mr. Wonderful himself, the Shark Tank star. He's joining me live from Muskoka in Canada. It's great to have you with us, Kevin. Bitcoin is absolutely surging at the moment. It just hit $123,000. Is Trump now officially the Bitcoin president?
Well, certainly administration has changed the whole tonality on crypto, digital payment system. The recent passing of the Genius Act, basically the old Stablecoin Act, has made this law in the U.S. So the momentum towards crypto and digital payment is completely reversed where it was just 12 months ago. And so this is exactly why you're starting to see both digital payment systems as in stable coins and, of course, risk assets like Bitcoin, basically surge. I mean, if you look at Circle stock, and I have to disclose I'm a shareholder from way back in that company. They issued USDC. They obviously were the beneficiary of the passing of the Genius Act, and that stock has gone from when it was issued I don't know, 5-6 years ago at $10 a share to over 200. And so you start to measure two things about the digital market. One is the actual assets themselves, stable coins, digital payment systems, potential use in foreign countries where there's not a lot of stability in their existing domestic currencies. That's one big market. And then, of course, you've got what's going on in taking on Bitcoin as a position like digital gold, as many people have called it. But in addition to that, we've also seen a surge in all the infrastructure around crypto, AI, data centers, exchanges. If you look at what's happened with Robinhood, who just recently bought WonderFi, one of my companies out of Canada, Coinbase, these are all part of this ecosphere. And then you had this digital executive order Trump put into law yesterday to kind of push forward the idea of more power for all things digital. And I mean, everything about this market since you and I last talked has changed 180 degrees. It is a very, very, very prolific and active sector right now in a way that it's never been before.
And how sustainable is this? Are we expecting another crash at any point?
I don't think it's going to be that way now. Remember, this was considered a rogue asset class only 36 months ago. It's now moved right into the forefront of managers and sovereign wealth funds, et cetera. I think the game changer, the waterfall effect, was to actually get a law passed around something crypto, and that was the Genius Act. It's just a game changer because so many people said this will never get through on a bipartisan basis, and it did. It's law. It's signed into law. And I think the potential for what, this is basically digitizing the American dollar in perpetuity, and it's used already for price discovery on most commodities, oil and gas and gold and timber and everything else. So now you have it in digital form, and it makes payment systems far more efficient, currency trading far more efficient, and gives an option. Let's say you're living in Turkey or in Venezuela or in Chile, and you're not comfortable with, even as an individual, you're not comfortable holding the volatility of your domestic currency. Well, you could get a USDC, a stable coin. Now, it may not pay you interest, but it's certainly more stable because it's backed by short duration U.S. treasuries. And so I think you're going to see a lot of activity. And the companies that are issuing them, if they don't have to pay the treasury yield, which is about 4.1%, 4.2% right now, that's all profit to them. So I really think this is a game changer. And for me, anyways, I've allocated certainly Circle stock. Tether's another way to play it. Although, remember, this new law forces transparency and audit. And so to the extent that you can survive these audits, and I think for me anyways, in my decisions, I'll go with Circle, a domestic U.S. company that's already been scrutinized by the SEC. So there's just so much going on. And I think you're wise to be tracking this because the amount of capital coming into this space is measured in the billions now.
And is it the end of fiat currency as we know it? The future is AI, the future's online. Is this the end of currency as we know it and a move towards cryptocurrency?
I don't think so, and I'll tell you why. It's the same analogy that TV would destroy radio decades ago. It never happened. There's a use case for currency, fiat currencies. The Canadian dollar will probably remain the Canadian dollar, the U.S. Dollar remain exactly that, but just take those two nations. The amount of currency trading between them is trillions, and it's expensive to move the money back and forth. But if you have USDC on both sides of the border, as I'm going to, that's how I'm going to move money. I'm not going to wait for a 3-day Fed wire anymore. It takes too long, or a transfer from the bank. I can do it in a nanosecond from one exchange account to another with full transparency. Total compliance with regulators on both sides of the border, and speed and efficiency. That really matters. And so, this is, we're in the first inning here. We're so early. But again, I go back to, it's now law. And that is really a game changer.
A lot of that of it becoming law, they have you to thank. I know that you were at countless times at Congress lobbying them. There's been a lot of speculation about meme coins at the moment. You've got the likes of Krispy Kreme, you've got the likes of GoPro. They're absolutely surging. What's been your thoughts on that?
Well, that's part of what occurred years ago with various platforms like Reddit, et cetera. If the stock is heavily shorted, these kinds of, to me, those are just speculations. They're not investments. I'm not saying it's good or bad. It's no different than going to Vegas and putting all your chips on black or red and hoping it works out. Sometimes it's entertainment for these investors. But, I tend to work more in the field of strategic investing. And that meme coins are part of that. They're too volatile in terms of price discovery. But I think, some people use them as a froth index. The idea that when you start to see this kind of activity, it signals a top in equities. And I'm not sure that's correct. I think it's more policy-driven excitement that's occurring right now. And because of this change in policy and the support of a new digital economy, a lot of trade policy also, obviously, tariffs are coming and being more understood. All of this is coming together at the same time. So here we are at the indices at all-time highs or close to them. And I think that for investors, many have been caught offside. They don't have enough exposure to some of these categories. But I don't think meme coins is a way to catch up. Just high, it's so risky. I mean, you can have volatility of 20, 30% in a morning trading session. That's Las Vegas to me.
And even some of the coins, have you ever bought a Doge coin, for example?
It's funny you bring that up. I've had a little Doge in my portfolio for years now, but it's not one of my major positions. I tend to have Ethereum. I'm looking at my larger positions. Actually, this morning we did a mark-to-market because our crypto holdings are actually close to 20% of the portfolio, which is a full allocation sectorally. But it's HBAR, one of our big positions, because we see a big use case for supply chain management with that, Ethereum, Bitcoin. Algorand, it's Avalanche. These are just some of the positions, and we have a portfolio approach. But in my case, I always ask, what is the use case of this? Doge is there's no use case for Dogecoin. I'm not saying it's good or bad. It's not a major holding. It's probably a fraction of half of 1%.
And we're going to turn back to President Trump and his favorite word, which is tariffs, as I'm sure you're well aware. The EU and the US have agreed, or they're on the cusp of agreeing, a 15% tariff. What's your take on that?
So I think here's the way I look at it, and I've come to believe this is the way the market's looking at it. These trade deals, as they get announced and they get hyped and then they come to reality. Go back to one of Trump's major issues 6 months ago when he started his current term. He talked a lot about value-added taxes in various countries, whether it be Switzerland, England, the EU, Canada, other countries. When you go over and buy an American product in Europe, I don't care what it is, they slap on a value-added tax, a VAT tax. So let's just take a country where it has a lot, that's it's contiguous to the U.S., Canada. Their VAT tax is 13% in a province like Ontario. It's a combination of a federal 5 plus 7 for the province. Alberta, a very energy-rich province, which has been in the news lately because they've already cut a deal on tariffs, they're at 5% VAT tax. So the blended rate for Canada is just under 12%. And so if you're Trump, you're saying to yourself, well, wait a second, my products go up there and they slap on this tax and the government keeps it. I'm going to do the same thing, except he doesn't call his a consumption tax. He doesn't call his a VAT tax. He calls it a tariff because he can't get a consumption tax through Congress, but he successfully got through tariffs. So my anticipation about where we end up in these trade deals, whether it's Japan, Indonesia, India, EU, Canada, is reciprocal to VAT. So if you're slapping on 13% in Canada, look for a 10 to 13%, or maybe as high as 15 reciprocal tax. And that makes some kind of sense if you think about it. And the market can live with that, because you just saw GM report its numbers 2 days ago, and they said, look, our margins are down 45% specifically to tariffs on automotive parts and steel and whatever. But we think as a company, we can eat a third of that. We can pass a third of it on to the consumer, and we can pass, we can actually solve for a third of it through AI productivity in supply chain management. So supply chain management. And so now the market's buying into that. They're saying, okay, that makes sense. And that's tolerable. And that's why you've seen that the indices, even though the GM stock's down maybe 6 or 7% on a show-me basis, but sector by sector, if that's where we end up with these reciprocal tariffs based on VAT, because the Canadians are not going to eliminate their VAT taxes. It's too much of what the government's revenue is. So they're going to pay for it in the sense of a reciprocal tariff in the U.S., and that'll get resolved over time. The rest of the actual deals, so what the headlines are is the reciprocal percentage tax. But the deals themselves could take 2 years to paper, but the market doesn't give a damn about that. They just want to know, what's the headline? Is it 15% for Japan? Is it 13% to Canada? Is it 10% for the EU? And within these deals are certain areas where there's a variance because, for example, if the U.S. is importing a rare earth they can't manufacture themselves, it makes no sense to tariff it. So you're going to start to see exceptions like that in the fine-tuning of these deals. And again, the market has absorbed it and is comfortable with it and understands it. And so to that extent, this policy has been successful, at least so far. Now, will it show up in inflation? Maybe. And that's why the Fed has remained hawkish and they haven't given what Trump wants, Fed cuts, even though he's been jawboning it. But they have reason to be concerned because it was very clear that, for a long period of time, I don't think General Motors can absorb, the full hit, and it's going to push the cost into the market. To what extent that fuels inflation, yet to be seen. So all of these are being absorbed.
And speaking of General Motors, as you just did, if we're speaking about the auto industry, we can't ignore China. Their EVs are booming around the world. How can the legacy, the manufacturers, like you've got Ford in the US, you've got all of the European, at BMW, at the Mercedes, how can they cope and how can they fight back?
Well, reciprocal tariffs are going to be used, not just in the U.S. I mean, there's a bigger narrative going on with China. We have all these deals going on with most of, call them 18 large trading partners with the U.S., but China's an exception. It's a different basket. There's issues around IP theft, access to markets, complying with the World Trade Organization, resolving trade disputes. The TikTok thing that's unresolved as well. I mean, there's so many moving parts with China. And part of it is this whole thing around EVs, because if they're using predatory pricing to gain share in the U.S. or in Europe, which they may be, there's going to be pushback. But I think China wants to come into the world as a true compliant trading partner over time, and I think that's going to be reflected in whatever the China-U.S. deal is that's being negotiated now, and I think it'll be kind of worked out before the midterms. But you just saw the numbers coming out of Tesla. Their basic EV business, it looks like they lost some share there, but they have so much potential in robo-taxis and robots themselves and other technology. The market didn't punish them too much, and no one, I believe, should ever count Elon Musk out. The guy has incredible executional skills. So if you just looked at what they've been announcing around robo-taxis and what they think they can do in terms of just unit sales in the next 24 months, I mean, it's extraordinary if even they're half right. And so, and we've seen, if you go to Los Angeles now, as I was just a couple of weeks ago shooting Shark Tank, there's plenty of robo-taxis. I pulled up to a light on the way to the studio, and 3 of them were beside me, driverless, 2 with passengers, 1 empty. And I said to my driver, my human driver, what is that? And he said, oh, these things are all over the place. So it's being adopted in cities. Obviously, they don't have a big winter in Los Angeles, so that makes more sense there. But I think in the Southwest, Florida, these things are going to become commonplace, and a whole new market emerges. And the beneficiary looks like it may be Tesla.
And speaking of Elon Musk, it was the great and late Charlie Munger who said, beware of ever underestimating Elon Musk. How true is that?
Well, I'm on the record. I think he has extraordinary skills. He's controversial. I've met and worked with some of the people that he employs. They are extraordinary individuals. I mean, his teams are talk about a company. If you think about the aggregate of what he does, it could be SpaceX, or it could be robotics, it could be Tesla, it could be Starlink. But when you meet the executives in these companies, you start to understand his philosophy. They set goals, and normally as you scale and you become a larger company, you get a bureaucracy that tends to slow down decision-making or executional timelines. That doesn't happen in Musk companies, and it's very difficult for others who work with them to understand how they work. And yet they've done it successfully. A lot of it has to do with what I call the signal-to-noise ratio. And I learned this from Steve Jobs back in the early 90s. Because I made a lot of his educational software for his platforms on the Mac in schools, 110,000 school buildings. He was 80% of his day was focused on getting 3 to 4 things done in that 18-hour cycle. And anything else was noise. And he commanded for his suppliers an 80 to 20 signal-to-noise ratio. You get a mandate, you get it done. You move on to the next day, you get the mandate done. That's how he got stuff done, 80-20. I believe Elon Musk is 100% signal. I think he tolerates zero noise, and it makes it very uncomfortable, socially uncomfortable. You obviously saw what happened with Trump, or is happening with Trump. I happen to believe that these two should work their problems out. They're too important to each other, but that's an opinion of mine. I just think I've never seen an entrepreneur like him, and I'm a huge advocate. And obviously, to the extent that my companies can do business with his, I would love that. He's just remarkable because, I mean, it's measurable execution. It's not a social debate. It's either he gets it done or he doesn't. It's measurable. It's black or white. It's binary. He gets it done. The rest is noise.
To just turn back to China as well, we've heard in the news that $1 billion worth of NVIDIA chips have been smuggled into China after the US, obviously it put out those export orders that they were not allowed to enter the Chinese market. How has that, I mean, it set the cat amongst the pigeons, hasn't it?
Yeah, but that narrative isn't important today as it maybe was 24 hours ago because of the executive order Trump has signed. He's come to the conclusion, and I think he's been convinced by NVIDIA management, and I think it's the right decision, that he doesn't want Huawei to take over the tech stack in countries where NVIDIA chips are not permitted to ship. So that would be a mistake because NVIDIA is not just a firmware chip company, it's a software company. And so you want all of the engineers around the world to be using American tech, the American tech stack, to be writing AI with American technology. Otherwise, they're going to use Huawei. They have no choice. And then you have the Chinese, which are not that far behind in the U.S. I mean, you think about the 3 countries that are leading the charge in investing in AI. Number 1 is the U.S., number 2 is China, number 3 is the UAE, where you are right now. And they've come up very quickly. And of course, the UAE, obviously, in the last couple of months has again endorsed using NVIDIA and the American tech stack. And you know, some of the stuff that I do with my companies is done in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. And there's a reason for it. They're very advanced. They're very efficient. It's very productive. And I think it's important that we understand that you want NVIDIA as the tech stack if you want to compete against the Chinese. I mean, we are in an AI war, an economic war, hopefully not a military war with the Chinese. We're certainly the country that has the most advanced AI is going to win wars in the future, just in terms of robotics control. And you could see how that worked recently in this Iran situation, where much of that attack was done basically digitally. And using technology from satellites and everything else, very few boots on the ground. That's the future of warfare.
And in terms of investment, Saudi Arabia, $600 billion in American stocks over the future as well, investment into America, especially in AI. How significant is that?
Well, I think what the administration in the U.S. is trying to do is open up the markets for investment within the U.S. Obviously, that's one of the mandates that Trump put out there, and now he's trying to execute on. Everybody understands that. But even before that, if you look at sovereign wealth and institutional investment mandates, more than 50 cents on the dollar is invested in the U.S. for a whole host of reasons. Large market, obviously, 11 different sectors, rule of law, appellate courts, transparency, the regulator, the policy there. It gives comfort for at least, over 50% of most portfolios to be invested in the U.S., whether it be private equity. Right now, there's billions in fund flows going into AI data centers, and they are very complex investments because they require multiple aspects to be in alignment, not only the land, but the permits and the water for cooling and the fiber, and the location has to be near pools of highly trained individuals, and above all, affordable power, which has really been a huge issue. And what we saw yesterday with Trump's executive order was really to unleash every form of power possible, because you can't build a gigawatt data center beside a population and take it off the grid, because their utility bills on electricity are going to go up 15, 20, 30% overnight. And so there's a lack of power in the U.S., and the administration is trying to fix that. And there's a lot of talk of small nukes and all that, but that's 15 years away. It looks like the solution's going to be nat gas. So converting stranded nat gas through turbines into electricity looks like it will solve for the immediate need of AI data centers. And remarkably, and I expect to see some of this in the policy that's worked out with Canada, in North America, the cheapest energy is actually in Canada, because they have the largest amount of stranded natural gas, hydropower, than any other jurisdiction. And so I tend to think some of the trade deals are going to involve power coming either into the eastern seaboard or from Alberta, which has 6 times, that one location has 6x the stranded gas of the entire United States. So, and oil as well. So those deals are being worked out, and I think this will be part of the long-term trade negotiation between those two geographies.
It's definitely one to watch. I just have time for one brief last question. So the last time you were on, it's something that went viral online. People absolutely love it. They love to see what's on your wrist. So I have to ask you again, Kevin, what's on your wrist today?
Well, I'm wearing a Piece Unique Moser, and I'm going to take it up to the camera and get you a good shot of it, because it's made of stone. This is jade, a dark jade and a turquoise jade. Let's just have a look if I can get this in focus. Yeah, I think so. Look at that. Isn't that spectacular?
It's
and
stunning.
I paired it today. It's unbelievable. You can tell that's a Moser. It's just beautiful. And I paired it today with a Siddiqui, also stone dial. And you can see the similarity there. And so now this is tantalum, this metal, the Siddiqui, and this is steel, but they pair beautifully. And I'm a huge Siddiqui fan, and I'll tell you why I wear Siddiqui every time you and I are talking. First of all, I want to honor the region, no question about that. But also, Siddiqui's a unique entity in terms of their support of up-and-coming watchmakers. And you'll see a lot of this in November this year at Watch Week. Hind, the daughter, kind of runs that, and I will be there, and I'm really looking forward to it. And a little sneak peek I'm working with Siddiqui to make a piece unique, Mr. Wonderful. And of course, it will be tantalum, but it will have a red dial made of stone. There'll only be one of them in the world, and I'm extremely excited about it. Little sneak there. We will see it Watch Week, I believe, and I'm honored, absolutely honored, because we have amazing watchmakers. There are thousands of employees at Siddiqui. Siddiqui is, there's nothing like Siddiqui in the world, because it's not just a watch dealer. It's the support of the watch industry in the region, but also incredible watchmakers, so they can actually make a watch like that, the unique Mr. Wonderful, and you can be guaranteed there'll be red elements to it. So that's my sneak peek, and I say to all of my friends that at Siddiqui, hello. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon, my friends. Take care.
As if your watch collection already, Kevin, wasn't the best in the world, it's certainly going to improve again. Kevin O'Leary, the star of Shark Tank at the USA and investor, thanks so much for your time.
Take care.
Thanks so much, Kevin.
You got it. Thanks a lot. Ciao.
And as it's Thursday, we're going to turn to our American segment of the week, where I'm joined by Angie Wong to speak about the latest and greatest stories from the world of American politics. Angie, thank you so much for your time. What I'd like to ask you first is, US President Donald Trump has said he was caught off guard by Israel's recent actions in Gaza this week. What has triggered this statement?
Oh, it's wrapped up in a lot of U.S. politics. If you follow some of the local elections happening in November, there's been a bit of a anti-Israel tone here in American politics, and the polls are showing favorability, especially with younger voters, for a more pro-Palestinian candidates. So Trump is seeing all this and also seeing what Bibi is doing. Look, we're starting to see that the White House is slowly distancing themselves from Bibi Netanyahu. Republicans, we are very, very pro-Israel, but we do not like endless wars. So with this last bombing in Syria and Gaza, it was just too much for Trump. He was not he was not notified in advance. And it seems as though those around Trump, his administrators, are trying to put a little bit of distance between him and Bibi Netanyahu. That's what we're seeing. It is kind of a new development here because they've been playing so well up until now.
And tensions between Trump and former President Barack Obama have flared recently. Trump has accused Obama of committing treason during the 2016 election. Obama has dismissed the case as being bizarre. Obviously, it's very much in the mind of Russiagate, especially with Trump. Is this a case of retribution?
It's a lot of things wrapped up, but ultimately what it boils down to is the Obama administration manufactured intelligence reports, and then that became the genesis for years-long investigation, including the Mueller investigation, which cost American taxpayers $40 million, which led to Trump's first impeachment. All of this was based off a bogus investigation. The Dutch had said, and other intelligence agencies have said, there's no Russiagate here, but yet Obama wanted his own narrative. He didn't like other people's conclusions and got those in his administrations to cook up an investigation that really captured American audiences as well as the media. And it just, it ended up being a terrible couple of years for America, and it really threw everyone under the bus, the Trump family, the administration, and Americans are very, very concerned about this because it tears apart that trust that we have with our government and citizens. So this is a really big deal. This is probably bigger than Watergate when all is done and said.
And speaking of former presidents, we have to turn to Joe Biden and his son Hunter, who I'm sure, as you've seen, he'd done that absolutely blockbuster interview where he criticised George Clooney. He denied ever doing cocaine in the White House. What did you make of that?
Yes, I watched that video. It was quite funny. He also did other things like showed children how to make drugs at home. It was a very bizarre interview. And you know what? I think Hunter Biden at this point, with his father and his father's aides now being pulled into Congress for questioning over Joe Biden's mental acuity and also his health during the time he was president and the auto pen situation. I think Hunter Biden thought he was helping his father by going on the podcast. Instead, he's made a bigger mess. Many of the Democrats that I've been speaking to this week have said that they're trying to distance themselves from Hunter Biden and the Biden family. In fact, they would like for the Biden family just to sunset so that newer blood can come in and a new wave of Democrat candidates can come through. Right now, Hunter Biden is reminding the entire country how the last 4 years was so messy, and giving an explanation for his father and his father's performance didn't really help. But I personally loved it as a Republican. I think that they should give Hunter Biden his own podcast.
As you said, about new blood in the Democratic Party. We've seen Kamala Harris is still floating around, as it were. Do you see her running in 2028, or is it going to be someone else?
There is certainly talk of her running for California governor. We're seeing some names emerge already on the Democratic side, including Ron Manuel, who is formerly of the Clinton clan, and also Gavin Newsom, the California governor. They're making the rounds. They're doing their media hits. And it's funny because they've moved away from kind of the very left messaging that's been happening in my country for the last 4 years. And they're taking more of a middle ground. They're not taking on gender issues. They're not going to take on as much climate action issues and those type of policies. They're kind of saying, yeah, I think the Republicans were kind of right on some of these issues. Maybe not everyone loves the bathroom issues that we've been talking about. So they're kind of straddling, and it's fun to watch. But no, the Democrats are certainly trying to find their next natural leader, and they're certainly touring the country trying to convince the powers that be to make them the nominee for the 2028 ticket.
Turning to UNESCO now, Trump has pulled out again. He says that this time it's because the agency has become too woke. What are your thoughts on that?
Right. This is the second time Donald Trump has pulled out of UNESCO. Back in the 1980s, you also had Reagan pull out of UNESCO as well. And it seems like it goes back and forth. Every other administration brings it back in and the other one takes it out. Ultimately, UNESCO was meant to preserve global heritage. That was the initial mission. But unfortunately, it got involved in a lot of global politicking, especially lefty politics that includes gender roles and climate action, things like that. And I think President Trump said, look, I'm here, America first. We want to make sure that we're not wasting any money, especially when it goes to things like politics and lefty policies. So he's removing that amount, and he's saying, you guys find funding elsewhere if you want to drag American taxpayer dollars into ideologies. No, that's not what this was about. UNESCO was set up to preserve heritages, not promote left agendas.
Staying with Trump, he's just said that he'll probably visit China soon, despite the ongoing trade war. When exactly is soon, and what would that visit even look like?
Yeah, no, this would be Trump's Nixon in Beijing moment if he does go. And I think that is the right course. I mean, the two countries, the U.S. and China, they've been punching each other in the face for the last, couple of years since Trump's been on the campaign trail. And everything was, China, China, China during his presidential run. And right now, what he does need to show is show face to President Xi if they're going to have any sort of progressive talks. Right now, they're stuck. We're in a trade war with China. And maybe they have, maybe Trump has seen, maybe it's now time to bring down the temperature. Maybe now it's time to actually go to China, pay a visit, because that goes a long way in showing not only diplomacy, but showing strength of the United States, saying we're not afraid to come in. And if he does pull this off well, and I think he will, this will be his Nixon moment.
Speaking of presidential visits, he's going to Scotland this weekend. This is a place that holds a special place in his heart. His mother is from there. He has one of the greatest golf courses in the world there, which is Turnberry. How much is he going to be looking forward to this visit?
I think he looks forward to this visit every single year. This is an annual pilgrimage for Donald Trump. Even when he wasn't president, he would make trips there at least once a year. And I think it's amazing because he mixes golf with a lot of politics and business. This is where he gets his deals done. So I hope that he does invite some interesting people onto the golf course with him. Clearly, he'll be in Europe, and I'm sure there will be plenty of European leaders knocking on his door to play around golf with him. And I quite like this because it shows that, he hasn't, this is him. This is authentic Donald Trump doing deals on the golf course and checking out his properties. I hear it's beautiful. I've not been. I hope to be invited one day.
I'm sure that visit will happen one day, Angie, but for now, we're going to have to leave it there. Angie Wong, the Republican committee woman from Miami.
Thank you so much for having me.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Well, we're joined now by Adam Jackson, who is the COO and the co-founder of KEAD Entertainment, or KEAD Entertainment, I don't know which one it is, which developed the Riyadh edition of Monopoly. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Just first of all, Adam, what does it say about Riyadh that the city is now on the Monopoly map?
I think it enters the family of Monopoly and basically iconic cities that are represented all around the world, often found on a Monopoly board. So in many ways, it's enabling Riyadh to enter into that realm, and it brings familiarity to people as well from, such an internationally recognized brand that people now can sort of relate to Riyadh City by it, having its place on that Monopoly brand.
Okay, where did the idea come from? How did it strike you and your associates that now was the moment to launch this?
Well, it started off as a whisper, as these things sorts of do. It was about 14 months ago, and it was sort of a lightning bolt from heaven, so to speak, that sort of landed on our laps. And then from there, we sort of explored the idea further and negotiated some rights and things like that to enable us to do it. And that was sort of like the planting of the seed. And then, like a snowball, it sort of grew. And then, we got good support locally. Our first partner was Diriyah. They came on board and really got in behind us and supported us. So, we were really appreciative of the level of support that the Riyadh business community and also cultural tourism associations got in there and supported us.
Yeah, it's a great game, Monopoly. Everyone seems to love it, which is why it stood the test of time. What sort of reaction have you been getting there in Saudi Arabia when you tell people about this project?
Yeah, a lot of excitement, a lot of buzz, a lot of chatter. As you know, the population of Saudi Arabia, below the age of 30 is 63%. So there's a lot of youth engagement there. They're excited about it. They sort of see it as another doorway that the country has entered into, or through under the 2030 vision. So they sort of see this as just another milestone that's been reached and achieved of where they once were and where they're progressing to. So, we've been delighted with the level of and the response and the enthusiasm, the passion, and, dealing with, we've had 14 different stakeholders involved with the game, and each of those have, 14 different teams. And so a lot of those people in those teams, it amazes me the immense passion and focus and basically ambition that these teams have for the city. And that's conveyed, it was always conveyed, when we were putting the final touches and the planning processes in place for Riyadh Monopoly. So it's quite remarkable. It's truly, it's a testament to the people of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, while you've been talking, we've been looking at some stills of people playing the game. I mean, it reminds me quite a lot of the version. I grew up on the London version, but, there are lots of versions of Monopoly, and I think the original one was New York. But has it got roughly the same sort of look and feel, or have you got some different touches that you've introduced to this version?
Yeah, that's a really good point. We've introduced, quite a few different features. So, for example, Monopoly City Editions now will be in the square format, so it's moved away from the rectangular format. Our own personal touches were focused on the tokens, so we made them gold as opposed to silver, and we only kept one of the traditional tokens, which was the gentleman's hat. Outside of that, we actually designed and had new tokens made, 5. So we have the PIF Tower, which is in CAFT, of course. We had the camel representing the heritage of Saudi Arabia through Diriyah. We had the coffee cup, we had the STC racing car, and we also had the Saudi Airlines aeroplane. So that was one of the key areas. And then there's other, sort of some more particular design features around the brand around the box of Riyadh and the name there, which is sort of a bit different. So, my wife, Fiona Jackson, she plays a key part inside the Kiad group. She's got a strong eye for detail and for design, so she did a great job there in bringing those sort of aspects to life to differentiate it from what has been before.
Yeah, I was just wondering while you were talking there, I mean, the version that I grew up with had Mayfair and Park Lane as being the most expensive, the sort of purple ones that you didn't want to land on if you didn't own them. I think in the New York edition, it's Boardwalk and Park Place, the really expensive properties. Which are the equivalents in Riyadh?
Yeah, that's a very good point. They were CAFT, both were CAFT. So the traditional Mayfair and Park Lane were the CAF Plaza and Skywalk Plaza. So Skywalk, so it's the CAF Skywalk, very beautiful, and because the journey of the board game is sort of an old merging into the new, and the final 2 squares on the board being the new CAF, iconic skyline. So there was a play there with the story and the narrative that we were aiming to convey and communicate, as well as that sort of strong economic, financial sort of powerhouse that CAF plays within the kingdom as well. So it was quite fitting that they were on those last 2 squares.
Okay, so you got the most expensive properties. Everyone knows, Monopoly's also got some less expensive properties. Probably, I don't know if it's a sensitive topic to ask which are the least expensive properties, but let me just ask you how you came up with the criteria for how you ranked the value of the different properties.
Yeah, we didn't actually. What we aimed to do, as opposed to the traditional way of, like you just mentioned, for example, the first square is British International School Riyadh, and that's the brown square, and that's because education is the first step in one's development in life. So that's how we sort of we played on the story of development, both sort of as a person and also within the city and the development of Riyadh. So then after that, the other brown square is the souk, and that's a very old traditional souk there within Riyadh. And then you make your way around the board as you sort of go. So it wasn't so much a dollar value as such. It was more part of a story and a a chronological sort of time frame that we had attached to the different colours. And then we just sort of broke it up as well into the methodology behind it was different sectors. So Diriyah, for example, to match their their colour palette, they went with the orange. They took the 3 orange squares. 3 kingdoms in the history of Saudi Arabia, so they had 3 squares. So it's sort of yellow was focused with tourism, so that's where the Riz Carlton was. It fitted well with their offering. And then, the dark green squares, you've sort of got Saudi Airlines. We had our official partner there, Saudi Youth Society, STC. So, it wasn't so much a monetary sort of focus. It was more where they fit within the narrative and the methodology that we had sort of applied.
Sure, and actually today the Old Kent Road, which was the cheapest one on the London Monopoly board, is actually now quite an expensive part of London. Just lastly, I mean, Monopoly is, according to the Guinness World Records, the best-selling board game in history. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but that's what I read. What do you think is its enduring appeal, Adam?
Yeah, it's a good point. It's amazing. It amazes me that Monopoly has an engine of its own. We found that all the way through the project. There were dips and peaks and troughs of momentum and rhythm through the project. And sometimes when you'd hit a trough at the lower point of it, it would somehow just pick itself back up. There's just a worldwide knowledge of Monopoly. It's a great game on many different levels. For example, it teaches the young mental arithmetic. It teaches them money management skills, how to negotiate, how to position yourself. It teaches, entrepreneurial spirit, property sort of ownership strategies, rent, mortgage, the role of a bank. So it sort of beats the test of time. And as well as I do, we always compare things to bricks and mortar. So as long as we're here, even though we're in this digital age, property still plays a major part in our lives. And I think this is the board game that's closest to representing, in a fun, sort of friendly manner, how to play the property game without actually going and buying property.
Yeah, fun and friendly, unless you were in the household I grew up with. And we had quite a lot of fights over Monopoly. But thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Adam Jackson, the COO of Kayad Entertainment. Thank you for your time.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دلله وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعله. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle competition and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, "I want to eat." He wouldn't say, "I'm thirsty." I have to bring him water. But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, is eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing. And that's, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an oversensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. He gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You know, you need to give hope. You need to say, oh, buy this book. Oh, do this, do that, come back here, let's do something. They need to be positive.
I've never had pets, I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's you know, plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Mira. Show me jumping. Good work.
Coloring pencil.
Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help Niraj?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning, and now I see my son. He can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this. I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Ali, I have Khaled. They call me Mom, and my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed
granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and there comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. He plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad, to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried to experiments and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, They asked of those around them, or those they encountered on the street, or in the store, or the cinema, or school. Anywhere. They wished to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
what do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
My favorite quality about Mr. Fantastic is how dedicated he is to his family. He has an intelligence, I think, that occupies, you know, that is always exploring like the intricacies of the entire universe, but is ultimately grounded by the love that he has for his family, and the responsibility that he feels towards them, and his responsibility towards humankind and doing good for all people.
Such a big universe, and so much of it is in post in a way, so like having trust with the people around is so important, especially for something like this.
I think
just like everybody in this cast, whether it's Joe or Eben, Pedro, Vanessa, they're all such incredible actors, and they have such range and deep soul. They can do anything.
I think he's like a really tragic character. I don't know, we had such a nice time. Sometimes it was hard maintaining his tragedy because he's inherently in a bit of a war with himself. But I don't know, it wasn't too much hard. It was a really fun job.
What was the most challenging part about playing the role? Being blonde, trying to get under the surface, get under the skin of a blonde, felt quite difficult. With blue eyes, I can't relate. So that was the most challenging part.
The size and weight of the suit. You know, it's a lot of suit to wear. A lot of lights to the way they shot me highlighting. So yeah, but it was good. All worth it.
I've got everybody telling me, your collar's up, your collar's up. I've left it there. It's how I like it.
وهلا السيت داون انترفيو 1-on-1 مع ايبن موس باكارا وايضا مع جوزيف كوين للكلام عن هالفيلم.
I was at the fan event and it was so crazy to see how much they know, how much they're anticipating, how now that you're touring for this, how much is the experience also different because you have all the fans excited about it?
It's quite surprising. I mean, when we were in Berlin the other night, like we pulled up to this event and I thought there was gonna be a few hundred people there and there was like thousands and thousands. I find it very encouraging. It's really inspiring. Obviously we know how much the Fantastic Four mean to people, but when you get out there and actually see the eyes and the smiles and the faces, there's nothing like it.
What's the feeling watching the thing put together? Because the world is so beautiful and the 60s look great on screen and there's the futuristic and all the gadgets.
It was just immense fun. It's like a playground, really, and I think kind of when you're working on a film set like that where there's so much detail and scale at the same time, that was what was fascinating to me, the fact that they were able to invest in creating these enormous sets, but also the intricacies and the details there was so much attention and care put into that. It's wonderful and doesn't happen all the time.
Wow, folks, we all know the story. 4 brave astronauts head off into space and come back forever changed.
This car?
I think you played him with emotion and care. I really loved how, his emotions from the inside resonate, although you're in that, I assume, hours-long fitting of costume. How much of a challenge was that, and how important was it for you that he feels so emotional?
That was my job. That was like my marching orders, was to bring as much of my own, the most Eben sort of tender part of my inside as I could bring to this guy. And it was like a nice objective and to sort of, I don't know, like be as much as present with my scene partners as I could be. It was a pleasure, absolute pleasure. It wasn't very hard.
Our city, our planet, owe a debt to these intrepid souls. And while we can never repay them, we can certainly celebrate them.
Thank you, Fantastic Four. Thank you.
Thank you, Fantastic Four. Please welcome the Fantastic Four.
Johnny also feels very emotional in this one, but also with a lot of humor and, the rapport with the Silver Surfer is fun. So how much can you tell us about it?
It was an enormous treat working with Julia Garner, who plays the Silver Surfer brilliantly. She's such a talent. Yeah, and she's such a talent and lovely to be around. So kind of negotiating that relationship was interesting. She's a wicked talent.
Okay. That is fantastic. You're late.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? You're late for dinner.
Yes, we are.
You're late? I just said that. Are you pregnant?
What?
There's an obvious sense of family on the set. I mean, obviously it's the theme of the Fantastic Four, but every time I meet some of you, I mean, it feels like everybody got so close. Is it the right impression?
We did. We got very close. You know, this long shooting days, it's the Fantastic Four, so we were in every day. Sometimes you have quite kind of transient filmmaking experiences where you're not all together at the same time and you can spend quite a lot of time alone, but we spent a lot of time with each other. And so that kind of informed the film and added to the film and added to our lives.
Your planet is now marked for death.
It's my fault. I stretched the bounds of space.
Did you watch or read comic books at a younger age?
Yeah, I'm like a big fantasy, sci-fi kind of genre nerd from, since I could read. Yeah, I read a lot of comics as a kid, but they were not Marvel. They were my favorite comic was ElfQuest.
Mine was Asterix. Do you know Asterix?
I love Asterix. I love Asterix. Yeah.
Love Asterix.
Love that.
What about you, Joseph?
That was pretty much the only comic I read, yeah. My dad used to read it to me in French.
Good facial hair in that comic. Good mustaches.
Bring them back.
Yeah.
But it was Obelix and his love for... But, that's a different subject to open. But,
Tintin, did you like Tintin?
I love Tintin.
Yeah, me too.
Yes. We will face this together. We will fight it together. As a family.
What do you feel it is about those comics? Is it making your imagination work when you're younger that gets you so attached to them? I mean, you could see it from the fans at Fantastic Four. They're attached.
Yeah, the cool thing about comics, it's like, you just draw a scenario and you're there. It's much harder to make a movie where you take you to outer space or take you to the North Pole or take you wherever it is or take you back in time. Making the comic, obviously these artists are very gifted, but you just draw it there. And if the writing is compelling, then you as a reader are deeply involved and you're right there with them.
What time is it, Ben?
No, Johnny.
Say it!
I don't wanna!
Say
it! Please welcome the Fantastic Four. Mr. Fantastic, Invisible Woman, Human Torch.
I love you, Johnny!
And the Thing.
Hey, what time is it? Say the thing!
That's not really something I say.
It's very important to this roast because they spend so much time together and it's kind of like a pressure cooker of filming. So how was the atmosphere on set for you, for them? Did it really become a Fantastic Four family?
It did, and we started with 3 weeks of rehearsal. I'm a theater director as well. I really believe in that. I believe in getting people together and helping to build those relationships and talk about history and work through the script together. And so we had a lot of time to kind of build a groundwork and a foundation so that when we got to set, they already felt like a family, they already had a shorthand with each other, and we could just kind of have fun making the movie.
The art department must have felt like a family in this one because the choice of each prop, the car that we saw yesterday, every single detail in this film is important to the story, isn't it?
Yeah, we were building a world, an entire world from the ground up. A whole new technology. Everything had to be created, from their watches to the cars to the Herbie robot to their amazing, fantastic kitchen. Everything was its own new invention.
I herald his beginning. I herald your end. I herald Galactus.
When did you have the idea of bringing the 60s to the future in that sense? I love that retro-futuristic idea because it brings the best of all worlds.
From the beginning, we knew that we didn't want to set it in our 60s, but we wanted to set it in the 60s. So we set it in the 60s because that's when they were created. It felt like the right time, the space race, the sense of optimism. It's so a part of their DNA. The fashion is really cool. But we knew they hadn't been around in our 60s or else we would have heard about them. So we put them on a different universe and a different Earth.
You don't want to just crush them?
Hide that.
The 4 of us will face the danger. We will protect you.
Well, I think that Julia enjoyed most being like, up in the air all the time, especially you spoke yesterday about her first day. So,
yes.
you take an actress like her who's done a very big range of stuff and you put it in here. And how much do you feel like she's like trying everything with something like that?
She's an incredibly courageous actor, very, very brave, fearless, she's awesome. And it was, her first day was just getting up 30 feet up in the air and telling everybody in Times Square that they were all going to die. And she did it with such confidence and also a lot of nuance. You can see the complexity in the clips that have been released so far. She's really remarkable.
Family. It's about connecting to something bigger than yourself. We'll face it together. As a family.
Every Marvel comic has a theme to it, something that the audience relates to. What do you feel it is about the Fantastic Four that's made it endure, since the 60s?
Family, it's relatability. We all understand family. We all understand because we come from one. We know what that's about. And they're unusual. They're the first family of Marvel. We have a lot of found families in Marvel. You have the Avengers and the X-Men, but it's the Fantastic Four, the one true family.
Yeah, it's that and the family is expanding without too
yes,
without giving too much away about the film. But what are you most looking forward for fans of the Fantastic Four to see in First Steps?
Well, I hope that they feel the passion that was put into making it. All of us love this material so much. Me, most of all, baby, but certainly all of the actors. Everyone has they've fallen in love with these characters in this world. We've done everything we can to sort of do right by them.
What time is it, Ben? No, Johnny. Say it! I don't wanna! Say it!
Are you the protectors of this world?
Yes, we are.
Your planet is now marked for death.
It was very exciting for me seeing you guys because the fans were in the room at this fan event and you could feel the energy that they have and the enthusiasm towards the project. Did you feel it from the start or you're starting to feel it now that you're touring with it?
I've always felt the passion that, the fans had for the Marvel Universe, but experiencing it in person is like a whole different thing. Then it becomes like a reality more than like a thought in a way. It was amazing. It was really special.
Similarly, do you have a sense of excitement when you watch it for the first time? I mean, I had such excitement watching your version of the Silver Surfer, obviously not the full one, but it's difficult when it's motion captured to give it that tone, basically. So what would you say you enjoyed the most and was the biggest challenge for it?
I think what I enjoyed the most is just, again, going to work every day, working with amazing people, an amazing director, being in this universe, working at Pinewood, it was so spectacular. But the thing that was not the most difficult, but was challenging was I've never worked with motion cap before. And
it's
a different type
I always like to try new things.
But it was, there's pros and cons with motion cap. And
of course.
You never get a break because you're always on camera. So it's relaxed in one sense where you don't have to go have hours of hair and makeup or costumes, what you were dealing with, but it's not relaxed in another sense because you're always you're always on camera. So you always have to just be prepared for anything, really, because you might be captured.
That's true.
Yeah.
How were those sets, although a lot of motion capture, as you mentioned, but how was it stepping into the sets all the time? Like, that retro-futuristic feel that...
So cool. It was really cool. And the car, like every single time I saw the car, I was like...
I saw it yesterday. It was
it's so spectacular. And the robot and also just the spaceship and even seeing their costumes, wearing the suits, the astronaut suits. It was really, really cool to see.
There was a huge room next to the costume department where they had all the artwork of all the different worlds in it, and I could spend a day just walking around. just all the different costume designs and sketches for all the supporting artists, as well as all the main characters and different outfits. Yeah, when you go into a room like that, you see the amount of work that goes in, and every single sketch is a work of art in this room, and there's over 50,000 of them all on the walls. It's just the design and being able to step into that world, like you say, on the sets, they just look immaculate, the costumes.
Finally, what makes the villains and the heroes equally popular, you know, in the Fantastic Four universe and enduring?
I don't know I suppose what makes these two enduring is that they're pretty much immortal. So that gives you a certain amount of endurance. Immortality. Yeah, but I think they've been, you know, some of the top villains to Marvel's first family forever. So yeah, that gives them their durability.
I would say the same. It's a good answer.
We will face this together. We will fight it together. As a family.
We will protect you.
Please welcome the Fantastic Four.
It's a pleasure to talk about this because I was at the fan event yesterday, and it was so nice to see the enthusiasm of the fans. So, as you said, you know, you have to put your soul as an actor to a character, even if it's famous to the audience. So, was that the challenge and the pleasure?
I think it was exactly that. It was the challenge, the beautiful challenge, and the ultimate pleasure to step into something that is scary because it exists long before you ever came to it, and is loved long before you ever became a part of it. And so you just want to kind of meet that love, I think, and the only way to do that is to put your heart into it. I found myself very, very lucky to, you know, start with our director, Matt Shackman, who's been in my life for about 26 years.
Yeah, you said yes.
A kind of a colleague, and we've been sort of like, you know, playing testimony to each other's adult lives and careers for the last 26 years. And then through Matt's invitation, meeting Vanessa, whom I've always referred to as like an assassin, a black belt of acting. Of acting, you know, truly.
It's good. Just go rummage around the skeletons.
Truly,
a little bit.
You know, there's like
acting work.
I would say that I was really intimidated at the thought of meeting her and working with her because of how powerful I think her work is, and she just cut straight to it, started communicating. She's always talking about that I show myself right away. I make people feel safe because I'm vulnerable. She just, like a direct shot into my heart, like said, "Hey, we're doing this." And I was like, and she led the way. She opened all the doors, and I just had to step into them. And so that was just, yes, as you say, like an incredible pleasure.
Did you know that you wanted to play her with that, you know, quiet confidence that she has in this one? I really love that. I mean, she knows where she's headed.
I think it was oddly challenging to try and imagine that, yes, this woman has convinced every country on our their
version of Earth.
Yeah, 818, to get rid of their armies.
818, that's Burbank.
Oh. Matt Shackman said 818.
He did,
Yeah. You should alert him of that quick. So yeah, I was like, oh, what kind of person does that?
Yes.
It can't be someone that like tries to be really bossy, because that's annoying. It can't be someone who's too acquiescing or whatever. It has to be someone that meets people where they're at. And that, to me, is like a quiet confidence. Because if you're too confident and you just... You would be abrasive and you wouldn't want to do it. Or if it was too not, And so, to me, it was this kind of... how can she meet people where they are? And that is emotional intelligence, really. Because it's like coming to a room and going, OK, this president is this person. And how do I understand who he is and convince that? Or she is, like this. And how do I... So it was that, really.
You're late for dinner.
Oh... Yes, we are. Really.
By a single minute.
Yes, we were just...
I had to put some aloe iodine on my shoulder.
I do his shoulder. And...
Why is there breakfast cereal on the dinner table?
Why are you being weird?
How do you feel the sense of family in those stories have made them enduring with audiences? It started with the comics, but they still love them because there's this sense of good family to them. Is that the secret of the fantastic success?
I think it's exactly that. I think it's the first Marvel family, and family is everything to all of us, whether it's family you didn't choose or the family you do choose. And a family of friends, more than anything, the idea of that being a kind of whole identity.
Why laughing? Is my stomach gurgling? What was it? I did just drift into another thought, actually, as you were saying that, too bad. I did just drift.
Family.
Family.
It's all about family. It is all about family. It truly is. And the idea of, like, the only way to save the world
is to work together. As a family.
As a family. And also for the world to work with you as well. I mean, it's really like the only real way to get something done is together.
By Harold Galactus.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Mumbai. Bright lights, busy city, Mumbai in India. Many Indians choose this place to hold their extravagant, stylish weddings. Guests are always in jewel-toned saris, intricately embroidered skirts, and such. Indian weddings in Mumbai are great for sightseeing, often the subject of photographs, and most of all, a fun event to be part of. Lucky if you're a friend or relative of an Indian about to get hitched. Weddings aside, the city is also known for many other treats. The Marine Drive is a popular destination. Listen to Bollywood tunes or the Punjabi rap there. Or if you prefer to be away from the loud sounds and noisy blues, Mumbai will always have its quiet corners. Yoga is popularly practiced in Mumbai. One of the recent practices is aerial yoga, where yogis would pose using cloth harnesses that are suspended from the ceiling. Another option is to travel via the sea, a highly recommended way to see the city. The Gateway of India is superb at sunset, definitely a sight to behold. You can opt to charter a yacht, as there are a fleet of vessels available for hire. Want an experience of the ever-famous Bollywood? Hop into an auto rickshaw. You'll get to ride past the film stars' mansions in the area, plus maybe get a glimpse of one of the superstars. The city is known for its old colonial houses too. Luxury boutique hotels aren't the norm here, so it's a gem to find one. Make sure to take pictures. The city's nightlife is quite a busy yet low-key one too. There are restaurants, cocktail bars, and various concert venues to choose from, and there's always a gig in town. Catch in performance, an indie band, or an a cappella group. Musicals are a dream. Then there's also the hip art scene, found in the middle of Shoreditch. This neighborhood in Mumbai is where you'll find the art galleries, cafes, and places for shopping too. Now you'll know where to buy souvenirs to take home. Copenhagen. Roam around the city of Copenhagen and you'll find anything and everything to suit your tastes and interests. Denmark's capital is filled with historical landmarks, architectural sites, and museums that speak of its culture. What to do in Copenhagen? Visit the famous Little Mermaid, of course. The diminutive stature of this bronze-cast Hans Christian Andersen heroine is considered the city's most iconic landmark. Many who've seen it will come home with a postcard or a photo of the great replica. Then, of course, you should sample its best and most iconic dishes. The Danish, or also known as the New Nordic Kitchen, is in fact known as among the world's best. It offers a modern take on the traditional Danish cuisine that uses seasonal local produce that's organic and climate-friendly. It's highly recommended that you visit one of its best kitchens and gourmet markets for an authentic culinary experience. Meanwhile, for entertainment, Copenhagen is highly praised for its jazz music. It has also become a means to express voices on certain issues such as racial tolerance and free thought. American jazz musicians have actually made the city their home since the 1960s. Since then, it has become one of the characteristics Copenhagen is known for. It's got top-notch jazz clubs, open-air concerts, events, and international jazz festivals are held here on a regular basis. Another landmark that reflects the city's culture and history is Christiania. The autonomous free town Christiania was founded in 1971. It is the site of an abandoned military camp that has continued its existence for over 4 decades. As an effect, the city of Copenhagen has come to be known as the liberal and free-thinking capital. A visit to the city will definitely teach you some of the remarkable stories of its history. Not to be missed are the canals, of course. 1. There are the painted houses on the canal side. Make sure to visit Nyhavn, a former sailor's haunt transformed into a lovely summertime tourist trap. Then there's also Gamel Strand, where a street market adds a lively air during the summer. And finally, Christianshavn, which is filled with canals. It has earned the nickname of Little Amsterdam. Atlanta, capital of the state of Georgia, which is the most populous city in the U.S. The city is in fact the 9th largest metropolitan area in the U.S. It's got a convenient central location that allows easy access and a welcome invite for tourists. The region of Atlanta is known for many homegrown celebs. Its pop culture is also rich with diversity, shopping, a thriving nightlife, and yes, sultry weather. It's why the city is nicknamed Hotlanta, both for its happening night scene and intense weather. Atlanta is also known for its diversity and culture. Thousands travel to Atlanta for its yearly gay pride festivities. You're also sure to meet a mix of people from various nationalities, beliefs, and religious upbringing. The city, after all, represents a mix of the Old South values with modern beliefs brought about by its growing population. The city is also home to one of the world's busiest airports, the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. About 90 million people travel through it every day, and that's mainly because the city is centrally located and within just a short flight to where more than 80% of people live in the U.S. It connects to a dozen of both domestic and international destinations. Now about the famous celebrities in Atlanta. As you know, the city is responsible for many world-class talents. Rappers and singers we know today call the city home. There's Tyler Perry, T.I., and his wife Tiny, and Bow Wow. Music videos, films, and TV shows also love to feature the city. Most known are the scenes in Real Housewives of Atlanta, The Braxton's Family Values, and Single Ladies. On to the nightlife. You can try nightclubs and comedy bars, high-energy parties, and low-key jazz and poetry readings. Some even flock to Atlanta just to be able to experience the hottest nightclubs. Celebs also make a stop over to the city for the club's luxurious VIP areas. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. You'll find anything, yes, anything, to buy in Atlanta. Dozens of malls line the city, along with hundreds of shopping centers in practically every corner. Add that to the string of warehouse sales offering shoes, clothes, accessories, household goods, and appliances. There are also home stores for antiques and furniture. Just about every nook and cranny in Atlanta has a shopping area. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.